years.
Yeah, I think part of it's starting a rookie who you want to have those experiences as well. So, Kevin obviously makes those decisions, and we talk through a lot of those, and, there'll be opportunities moving forward, I'm sure. But, yeah, we'll evaluate that as it comes. I think you want to, as a young quarterback, you want to put guys in really positive situations where they can build confidence and continue to look for those opportunities. But Shadur's working hard, doing what we're asking him, and he knows he needs to be ready at a moment's notice.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. That open courtesy of the NBA on ESPN. Cavs basketball is back, and apparently because of one loss, so is Cavs panic. That's weird. The Browns getting ready for the New England Patriots. We got that, and we got a huge sports story continuing to evolve on sports gambling going down, and it started today. But that open courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes! We've got Jake Murrin doing the YouTube duties and producing duties today. As always, you guys can watch this show, every single second of it, right here on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. I did a big thumbs up there. I don't know that I should say that to the audio, the audio folks, but big thumbs up there, like I was the Mentos man. And we've got Matt Corrali, the Big Cheese, doing 2020s today. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you?
Good. I added one thing to my opening remarks and forgot half of the rest of them.
And that's okay. All I remember is the Mentos man.
Listen, and I think I'd make a great man. Like, they always had, skinny, good-looking guys. You need a fat, good-looking guy. Look at this. Why, if I was just Mentos, get it, right?
Yeah, you think that works?
Listen, the chubby chaser community is underserved, all right? We got a lot of people going out there.
Mentos Man was very corny, though, always. I mean, I had to Google Mentos Man to see what exactly we're talking about here.
We're growing from corny to horny. That's how we're going to do this.
Incredibly corny.
Yeah. It's time. Listen, the God bod community, you've got your representation.
God bod.
The dad bod community, I'll tell you, there's plenty of chubby chasers out there who feel underserved by representation in society.
I've always called you the Ashley Graham of Sports Talk Radio, so here we are.
Many people have agreed. So the Cavs lost. Oh, my God, the world's ending. They're going 0-2. How much analysis can you have from one game?
Well, we'll find out at 3 o'clock, right?
With love and respect.
We'll see if we can do it. I don't know.
There are valid storylines. The Jared Allen thing is a valid part of that, but it's hey, how much can we glean from one game? I'm not trying to be one of 82 guys. I'm not trying to do that. Is it because it was on national television?
National television. Jimmy Fallon's watching.
Was Chalamet there? I know people get pissed losing in front of Chalamet.
I didn't see Chalamet. I think I saw every other New York rep, but I didn't see Chalamet. But yeah, so that is going to be the fight that we're going to have, is that it's going to be an ongoing battle all season long to see how much people care and how much they don't care. So I'll take the idea that at least they cared last night. Even if it was overreaction, I like that they cared.
You should always care. We're just having fun.
But that's the idea, though, is that it's like...
Let's all be good time Charlies with this Cavs team early.
I think a lot of people thought that we wouldn't even be able to get rage or any sort of real emotion off of any of these regular season games or anything until the postseason. And the fact that people were showing emotion, the fact that people were really trying to get nitty-gritty in the box score, I was kind of impressed.
I don't mind if Cavs fans do it. When media in this town does it, feels a little bit forced. Now, what is not forced is what is clearly the biggest story in sports today, which is the development that happened right around when the Morning Boys were on today, that Terry Rozier, Cleveland's own, Chauncey Billups, the Trailblazers head coach, and former Cavs coach Damon Jones were arrested for ties to separate gambling issues. Now, the Rozier thing goes all the way back to allegations that he took himself out of a game that was predetermined he would do that so that people betting his unders would be able to hit their prop bets on that night. That goes all the way back to 2023. It thought to have been cleared, but apparently now the FBI feels like they're roping him into this other thing, which the Jonte Porter thing was nothing but bets. which is way too clever for the FBI, but I was pretty proud to be an American when I saw that one. And then
really?
with Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones, they were arrested for a separate thing where basically ties to illegal rigged gambling games run by the mafia, and they were kind of the faces of the enterprise to entice other people to make them.
Okay, there's a couple different angles here. First off, when the FBI did their press conference, and yes, I listened to it, when you call them the Toronto Rangers,
yeah.
I do get to question your whole actual investigation to begin with anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you don't even do the press conference right and you can't even know the basketball team's name, I am going to be able to then nitpick and maybe poke at some of the facts that you're trying to lob out there when you can't even check off the easiest of boxes. Does that seem fair to you?
Yes.
Okay. Other thing I want to get into, I think the Terry Rozier stuff is actually serious. I think that's a worthwhile conversation. I think it's all worthwhile, but I think the Rozier stuff is what people need to be focused on. I feel like the Chauncey Billups stuff is one of the, from a gambler's perspective like myself and somebody that grew up doing all sorts of cash games at different people's houses and loving playing poker, but I grew up in the Phil Ivey, the Moneymaker World Series of Poker time. Like that was my
paid
childhood.
That man his money.
Yeah,
era.
like we all watched Mike McDermott and Worm and all those guys. Like that was
You're
Rodgers
just saying words now.
He's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Weasel, Jimmy Johns,
Those are the characters in Rounders.
Mikey P.
They're the characters in Rounders. I should have just said Grandma and left it be. The point is,
Gladys.
From that side of me is enraged by what's happening with Chauncey Billups. But the sports fan side of me doesn't really care at all what happened with Chauncey Billups because that part doesn't really reflect the game in the slightest bit. Now, you might want to make the integrity clause and we can get down that road. But I'm going to lay it out for people. At first blush, I thought it was going to be about whether or not they took rakes in these games. Rakes is just simply the money that you take in any sort of poker game. And yes, it's illegal to do. That's Molly's game. The basis of Molly's game in that movie is her taking rakes and then not paying the government based off of her taking rakes in those games. This is different, Nick. Why the look?
No, you're just saying a lot of words, and I was doing the fake eyes glazing over because you're doing a great job. It's not you, it's me, dum-dum. Me trying to follow. But continue. You're doing a good job.
Okay. The difference here is that Chauncey's going into these games and is being paid money while the people in charge of this are setting up different ways to basically steal the information to rig the games in their favor. Mm-hmm. That's where this becomes, from a gambler's perspective, one of the biggest wrongdoings you can possibly find. And I reserve this type of play where you're putting cameras in the poker chips in order to see what people are using as far as hands, and Chauncey was aware of it. I think it's the biggest scumbag move you could ever pull off. Like there's a special place in bad parts of society where they look at this and they frown upon it. Okay, so I think Chauncey Billups is very wrong for this, but it's got nothing to do with the NBA in my mind. This is just him. This is him gambling and being connected with mobsters, which isn't great. But this is not betting on games. What Terry Rozier did actually attacks the fabric of the game. What Terry Rozier is alleged of doing, that's where you actually get to have a gripe of being mad about.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. So the Chauncey thing, I think Chauncey could see some serious time out of this. Like if they can prove that he knew that they were rigging games and he was, I think they called face cards, which is basically you're the attractive fish to get other people to swim over and play in these games. I think that could be some very serious time for Chauncey and former Cavs legend Damon Jones as well.
Well, Damon's accused of doing both things, by the way. Like he caught up in being involved in these, like Chauncey, and then also having the Terry Rozier side of things. Like he's in it worse than anybody.
But when it comes to, I think when it comes to this story in general, I'm going to take a big picture role first. I am a little tired of people clutching their pearls and running to the hills every time these stories happen, because the reality is, one, the illegal games have been going on since well before gambling was legal in America, and two, like, the cat's out of the barn, or the hay's out of the barn. I'll get my damn analogies right. The hay's out of the barn. Like, this is a part of the world we live in. And I think there's this idea from fans that every time there's this huge reaction, that the league's going to see this and go, well, nope, I guess we got to give back the gambling money. And it's like, no, that's not going to happen. The question is, how can leagues take control of this, or how can gambling companies take control of this and do things, because you're spot on about the Rozier thing, and basically help to avoid situations that put players in endangering the fabric of the sport, great way to describe it, for like $13,000 profit.
Yeah, and so like Adam Silver was on McAfee's show on Tuesday, and Adam Silver on Tuesday had made the claim that they've talked to the league partners, the gambling companies that are in bed with the NBA, and they're going to try to limit the action on essentially like two-way players, like no prop bets for two-way players, no prop bets for people that don't make a lot of money. It's like, well, wait a second. That's a great idea in theory, but the guy we're talking about in Terry Rozier signed a $100 million deal.
Yeah,
like the guy we're talking about is.
And it was third NBA contract, by the way.
Yeah, he's made $125 million in his life. Like it's great that you want to really put a hold on the two-way players, because I think that there's a gap there that the NBA, MLB, NFL have to address. The guys that are making $900,000 that might think it's worth to go ahead and make $50,000 to help out a buddy here or there. Like that exists. You need to fill those cracks. But when Terry Rozier and guys like that are set up to make and have already made those type of paydays, when they're doing it for that type of money, then yeah, you have an issue.
I am very sympathetic to things that might make you succumb to organized betting or rigging things. I try to find the human element of this. Like when we've talked about the Clase and Ortiz thing, there have been instances where players have basically been blackmailed for family members back home and endanger their family members if they don't capitulate. I can find the humanity in that. If you were worth or have made $160 million in your career, and you're out there losing or trying to benefit $13,000 a pop from this kind of stuff, I'm just throwing out a number. Like, you're not gambling for what you actually make every year. To me, we've reached the point where this is now an IQ test, where I'm starting to have zero sympathy for players because we're now many years into gambling, and at some point, if you can't rationalize, well, my $160 million career earnings isn't worth a $15,000 profit in jail time, at some point, I just have to say, that's on you.
Yeah, it just doesn't make enough sense. Now, what the NBA's reaction to this and what league's reaction to this is going to be interesting because, back in the day, your dad, Nick, my dad, if they wanted to go gamble with buddies, you called up whoever your person that took it was, wherever you found that person, you weren't betting on prop bets. That wasn't a thing. You couldn't call up and be like, hey, I think Willie Mays is going to have 2+ hits tonight. That's not how people ever bet. But now with this is how people bet. They do the prop bets. They go into the prop bet territory, and it's just different. And these are the things that the leagues didn't account for, and they probably should have.
How concerning is the latest gambling scandal coming from the world of sports? I believe the FBI did comment that it's not just going to be limited solely just to the NBA, so that will add a whole nother layer here. But we do have quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. We've got our guy Pete Futch coming up at 4:20 today. We'll talk about Ohio State and will they lose again? Well, they lose again. They haven't lost yet. Will they lose in the regular season? Is there any credible threat out there? Danny Canel, CBS Sports. We'll talk to him as well at 6. Cash, love it.
Hate it.
At 6:30 as well. And he'll give us his picks for this week as well. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson Says. At J. Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions powered by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. How concerning is the latest gambling scandal in the NBA? And another perspective on opportunities for Shadour Sanders in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Judy back to practice after not participating yesterday due to an injured knee. Tonight on 92.3 The Fan, keep it here for the Kevin Stefanski Show at 7, followed by Westwood One's coverage of Thursday Night Football between the Vikings and the Chargers at 8. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes with the latest news there. Do you think they'll actually ban prop bets?
So I think that's going to be the only way that they hold up the integrity of the leagues. And I think so. They don't make nearly as much money on prop bets as people think that they do. But I do think it's one way. If you wanted to almost like curry favor with the public to be like, hey, because think about it, the only way the players truly can impact games in any sort of consequential way is doing their own little prop bets, and I think that infuriates people. And so that would be what I would try to do. Like if I was in charge of Major League Baseball and I was Rob Manfred, I would go to the different gambling partners and be like, get these out immediately, and then we'll talk.
So I think I understand why you would do it. I think the leagues in the end, and listen, they deserve the criticism because they're the ones that okayed this. That none of the pro sports leagues needed to okay accepting gambling money and partnerships. All of them did unanimously. I do think, like, whether it's like the Class A and Ortiz thing, which I'm incredibly impatient about, or whether it's the Rozier thing or the Malik Beasley thing, like, I've heard the criticism that, you know, Rozier was cleared, so Rozier would have played. Malik Beasley still hasn't been cleared to play, and people get frustrated on behalf of the players, which I understand, but that I do think is where the league on some level is between a rock and a hard place, because they can't dictate. They can suggest, but they can't dictate what the gambling companies do. And you kind of have to hold these guys out until they're 100% cleared, because what choice do you have?
Well, and I should be clear. You said prop bets. What I meant was micro bets.
Okay.
I meant micro bets. Like, you're never going to get rid of prop bets. Prop bets being the idea that you could bet on, Drake May over 200 yards throwing. Like, that's never going to go away. But what you can get rid of is Class A's first pitch to open up the second inning. And I think that's where the concession has to come in. The micro bets, the very tiny, the very hey, the third pitch of the third batter in the fourth inning, that type of stuff. And I think the gambling properties would be accepting of almost that concession of, like, we don't make that much on it. This is causing a big headache. It's ruining the trust of the league in general. And if you ruin the trust of the league, then you got nothing to begin with anyway.
Now, speaking of concessions, we talked a fair amount yesterday about Kevin Stefanski's comments that Shadour Sanders was not getting first-team reps right now. And it's interesting how this, like every other conversation, has blown up and taken on a life of its own. You were kind of like, okay, this makes sense. My thing was, I think the Browns are treating a very untraditional, non-traditional situation with two rookie quarterbacks you're trying to get ready at the same time in a traditional way. And I think that bears examination. So I think it's been interesting to watch some fans get frustrated that Shadour isn't getting first-team reps, and others are getting, frustrated that it's even a conversation, which makes it even more interesting when Tommy Rees, the Browns offensive coordinator, came out today and had an interesting perspective on Shadour's lack of first-team reps.
Yeah, I think part of it's starting a rookie who you want to have those experiences as well. So, Kevin obviously makes those decisions, and we talk through a lot of those, and, there'll be opportunities moving forward, I'm sure. But, yeah, we'll evaluate that as it comes. I think you want to, as a young quarterback, you want to put guys in really positive situations where they can build confidence and continue to look for those opportunities. But Shadour's working hard, doing what we're asking him, and he knows he needs to be ready at a moment's notice.
So the big thing that everybody heard was there will be opportunities for Shadour moving forward, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Did you make much out of that line?
Like, if I'm Dylan, am I just counting down until they start to give opportunities to Shadour, and then that shows a lack of belief in me?
I think that's the concern. Listen, I'm happy they said this. I think that might satiate some of the frustration from people. But I was thinking about this yesterday after we came off air. If I'm Dylan, the second he's getting first team reps, am I going to get paranoid and it's going to start becoming a problem impacting my on the field play?
All I can think about. And listen, you might just say, oh, well, Dylan's going to be mentally stronger than that or whatever, but I just imagine somebody just warming up in the bullpen of where you work, and you see them get more and more opportunities, you see them get more and more chances. You're going to be like, wait a second, what is going on over here? And with Dylan, if they're telling you that's like the first sign, oh, I mean, imagine playing a bad game against the Patriots and then coming back and Shadour's getting 20% of your reps. Mm-hmm. You think the writing's on the wall? It would ramp up the pressure, I would imagine.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like, every one of these things that you're going to do are a test of both guys. So, like, even not permitting Shadour first team reps. If Shadour thinks about it the right way, they're telling you not right now. Okay. So there might be a day where that comes to fruition. I think the only downside is what you're talking about with Dylan. Because as much as we can say, well, listen, if he wigs out about this or if it impacts his confidence, that's probably a statement on maybe him and his worthiness or readiness to be the starting quarterback of a team. And that's a fair rebuttal. I then also look and go, hey, he's also a human.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, did any part of you read into the idea that it's like, well, maybe they already have this big grandiose plan and they're just trying to, you know how like you chart out the first 15 plays and then that's what they run, almost if they chart it out for themselves. This is our plan for each quarterback, and we'll get to a spot where Shadour, this is where week 10, we're going to give him 5% of the reps, and then week 11, we're going to give him 8% of the reps, and it kind of felt like he knew something was coming, and it was on this timeline that they created, which, by the way, would bother me if you think that's true.
So, okay, on one hand, should they have a plan? Yes, absolutely. It should probably not be written in concrete. It probably shouldn't be written in ink.
I think that'd be the part that would bother me. But is that if it's written in concrete, if it's written in Sharpie, where you're like, wait, things can change.
But here's the thing. I don't know they had a plan when it was like, we just traded Kenny Pickett. And then 4 weeks later, it was, we just traded Joe Flacco. That feels a little bit more like flying by the seat of your pants, and less, we have concepts of a plan.
Well, how can Tommy Rees then guarantee that Shadour's going to get more opportunities and Shadour's going to get this and he's going to get that, unless it's all just lip service, which it might be. At this point, it might be. He might just throw that out there because he thinks it shuts people up and then you keep things moving.
Or I think he's just being logical. You went to your backup quarterback 5 weeks in, and he hasn't played outstanding. You've got another quarterback that the organization's invested in on different levels, but like, I think Tommy's probably just speaking in generalities of like, I feel like the second you traded Joe, knowing how quarterbacks get beat up, knowing you don't have a good line, like, I think it's just reasonable at this point that you'd be like, I don't know if it's going to be week 14, week 18, or 2 weeks from now, but I can guarantee you Shadour's going to see the field.
Isn't that odd, though, when you already have a starting quarterback that you're trying to put a lot of faith and belief in? Because logically,
I would say non-traditional.
For me and you,
I really like non-traditional.
For me and you, it makes a lot of sense to come out and be like, yeah, Shadour's going to see the field. Dylan's not going to be the long-term quarterback. Looks like a backup quarterback. Looks like he doesn't know what he's doing. All these other things. You can't have the offensive coordinator speaking that way.
No, I think you can. I think the way you keep everyone engaged, I think the way you keep everyone pointed in the right direction is by being as honest as you possibly can be. And that's not telling Dylan, hey.
But if you're already talking about the backup, in this case, Shadour, seeing the field at some point, then he should just already be seeing the field.
No, I disagree. I think this is I don't think Dylan is under any delusions of grandeur that it's his starting job the rest of the way. I think Dylan, and I think likely the Browns, it's not week to week, but it's maybe quarter to quarter of like, hey, we're gonna go try and figure this out in real time. We're gonna see where it goes. There's no promises made. Like if any, that's another thing that would concern me more than anything is if they had written it in stone in their minds. Like, well, we got our starter for the rest of the way. It's like, well, no, that's something you kind of got to earn. You can't make promises in the NFL, especially when you're already on your backup.
Maybe Tommy just doesn't care what Dylan thinks about this type of stuff, and that might just be the reality as well. But Dylan's shown himself to be pretty sensitive in the time that he's been here. You know, even from the rookie photo with the watch up and him not wanting to do it, and then the 2 different reported shots, or at least perceived shots at Shadour that he took throughout the media. Like, he seems pretty sensitive. If I'm Dylan, I'm not pleased that they're talking this way. It wouldn't make me happy.
I mean, I guess my thing to him would be, and I'd feel the same way about Shadour as well. Okay, get over it. It's the NFL. Like part of the thing with Boog's tweet the other day where he quote tweeted our video and kind of said, he had been saying this for a while. It's like, yeah, it's the NFL, man. Like, it's not fair. It's not meant to be fair, not going to be fair, not going to feel fair. Like, I guarantee you, Dylan feels like none of this is fair. And I guarantee you, Shadour feels like none of this is fair.
He's got a way more fair crack at it than Shadour has.
I guarantee you, Kenny Pickett didn't think what happened in Cleveland was fair. Same thing with Joe Flacco.
I mean, I don't know that Dylan has any room to feel like it hasn't been fair, considering he was taken in the third round, and then he was given first round reps the entire stretch of the way, and he started in week 5 of the season.
I think his response would be that he has earned the starting job by what he's done since camp, and that he feels he is owed a considerable leash. You and I would disagree, but yeah, I guarantee you none of the 4 quarterbacks in this equation think of this is fair.
The leash hasn't been taken off of him yet, though. That's the difference. Like I think in his mind, he thinks he's the quarterback the rest of the way. But
I think he feels entitled to that.
But that's also why I think he'd be hurt by these comments.
I can see what you're saying. I just think, every time we go to criticize the handling of this, and we have, and I will, I'm not acting like I haven't had strong reservations about how they're handling this because it's rooted in a lack of trust. I don't trust them with quarterbacks. They've screwed it up in so many countless ways that when they tell me, I got a plan, we got a plan, don't worry about it. It's like, no. That's, you only get that if you are Sean McVay, if you are Kevin O'Connell, if every time it has been about to hit the fan.
Even O'Connell doesn't get that. Vikings fans are livid at him right now.
And I think they're dumb. I really think the
Vikings
reaction
fans are
in Minnesota.
very mad right now.
Yeah.
They think they blew not only the entire season, they think they blew an opportunity to be in the playoffs for years to come.
I think they should go back and look at Kirk Cousins, at Sam Darnold, at there was not one other quarterback I'm forgetting.
No, that's the problem. They are looking at Sam Darnold right now. They want Sam Darnold back in place.
Well, but I think my point is I would trust Kevin O'Connell in that situation because I've seen it work out in multiple different ways. Kyle Shanahan got the single biggest pass I've ever seen a head coach get for bailing on a quarterback that he drafted top 3 overall. Why? Because he hit it with Brock Purdy, and right now he's hitting it with Mac Jones. Like, I don't have those instances with Kevin. So, like, when it comes down to it, this is all built on a lack of trust. At the same time, the one piece that I think I've gotten wrong at points, I think we collectively get wrong is none of this is traditional. None of this is how you're supposed to do it. All of this was built on a very shaky premise. So you're trying to build something sustainable, something successful on a foundation that in and of itself you looked and went, I don't know if that's going to hold. I don't know if any of those 4 building blocks are going to do a damn thing.
Well, and that's why I feel like there's certain parts of the internet that's like, I read this article earlier today.
The dark web?
No. What do you mean, like the 4chan section?
Yeah. I was thinking where they know where the aliens are, that kind of thing.
Yeah, what part of the internet is that?
That's right next to the very excitable part.
I was trying to explain to Coach Riz that you say Devin Achan's name like 4chan.
Yeah.
Never heard of it, of course.
Yeah.
Not even close. That was quite
What
the
a
exercise.
sweet man.
Yeah, but it tracked for Coach Riz in such a nice, beautiful way.
He's just
like,
a football
guy. Of course you don't. Yeah, no, that's all it is. If football had a version of that, the dark web, the football dark web, there today, there was a whole article about how Stefanski's played this quarterback spot out perfectly. And it was like, huh?
Was that on 4chan?
I don't even remember what website it was. I was going through the headlines of different Browns articles and such, and it was like, wait, what? They've done this perfectly.
Was it written by Steven Kostanski?
I got so insulted by it, I didn't even click into the article to even read it further because I was like, I no. But there are people that are going to leave this thinking with the 4 quarterbacks that the Browns had and the different chances that were presented that there's not much else he could have done. And in this, I just say it looks more like you just keep just kind of guessing and throwing things at the wall than it does look like you have an actual plan the entire time.
They've got concepts of a plan. How much stock are you putting into Tommy Rees saying he's sure Shadour will get opportunities moving forward? 216-474-0092. And the biggest gambling story in sports somehow obfuscated the biggest gambling story in Cleveland, and that leads off Quick Hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in.
the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
It's something that we worked very hard on to make sure that we got Q and our runners into the second level as much as we could, because we knew they would make some yards. So there were some things that we blocked up really well. If you block it up well for Quinshon, he's going to make a lot of yards.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
On Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. More on the Browns-Patriots game coming up in just about 40 minutes. We've also got to get into Jared Allen's bad look. Was it really a bad look? That's coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, but let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
So we have an update on the Emmanuel Clase situation, and not the update you want. The Guardians will not allow Clase to play in the Venezuelan League as he remains suspended with pay pending MLB's investigation into allegations of his involvement in illegal sports gambling. Clase was blocked from playing in the Dominican League by the Dominican League, but the Guardians can block him from playing. So the Guardians couldn't do that, but the Guardians can do this because he's not from Venezuela. Does any of this make sense to you?
Not really. I think like the Venezuelan league, are we down to the league that like Kenny Powers played in at one point? Like
I think that's after this one.
Okay, yeah, because we're getting really down there. Where they just can Clase, if he goes down to the park and 8 people meet him randomly there, can he not play in that game too?
I believe he's going to Mexican A-ball after this.
The Napone League, sign him up. This is tough. But I understand why the Guardians have to do this. Again, you're putting the league and the integrity of the game above everything, even at the cost of one of your own players. You have to do this.
I think after today's news about the gambling probe, maybe part of the delay in reaction from baseball has been there might be a federal investigation going on, so that should probably say something. I continue to go back to, if it's not that thing I just mentioned, I think the Guardians in baseball might be playing a little bit of hardball with Clase and Ortiz, trying to block them from playing in other things to try and basically coerce them into some sort of settlement that allows everybody involved to save some sort of face.
Do you feel like the Trailblazers should get compensation for Chauncey Billups not being on the sideline anymore?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think if gambling takes you away, it's a little different because it's not involved in sports gambling, but yeah, I think if your organization is harmed strongly or irreparably by sports gambling or by gambling in general, yeah, I think you got to find a way to kind of make it even.
I like teams like signing up and like basically signing contracts for people like Terry Rozier, for instance, who didn't even play in the game last night, but being like, we're gonna get some 3rd round compensation here. Let's get some compensation.
He's gonna do the Keith Van Horn, where like 5 years after Keith Van Horn retired, or just medically retired, his contract was traded like 6 times. That's gonna be Terry Rozier.
That'll be funny.
He'll be in a nursing home 40 years from now, and he'll sign like a 1-year vet min deal for the Milwaukee Bucks, his 30th team.
Omaha!
All right, Joe Flacco was speaking to reporters yesterday, and you tell me if this was a glove stick and a save at the end, or if this was something that he should have just remained firm with and has nothing to be ashamed of. Here we go.
I think there's always a challenge of sitting in a room by yourself and being lonely. So for me, it's trying to find ways to maybe stay over here a little bit longer and then, just kind of take myself out of that mindset, call home, go sit at a restaurant by myself and realize that, man, that's pretty enjoyable to do. After there's not too many situations. I tell people all the time. I mean, I used to see guys sitting at a bar by themselves, or just sitting by themselves eating and grabbing a little meal, and I'm like, man, I feel so bad for that guy. Like, you almost want to go join him. And now I realize, like, that dude was in heaven. And not to say that that's obviously not what I want. I'd rather be at home sitting at the dinner table with my kids and hearing what the hell they were talking about all day. But if you have to do it, then you might as well take advantage of it. So, just little things like that.
I think at the end he realized, oh no, my wife's going to hear this. She's going to hear that I thought that was heaven, just eating by myself.
Yeah, so Vanessa and I have had some heat with this previously. I have no problem going to the movies by myself. I have no problem going and grabbing a drink by myself because I'm pretty content doing whatever I'm doing with whom or without whomever. And she can't do it. It makes her very anxious even to think about. But I've made this case before where it's like, yeah, I just went to a diner, got something to eat, got something to drink, and she's like, why didn't you invite me? And I was like, because I love you. You're pretty. It didn't work out.
I'm sad that didn't work out for you. I just, as my house gets more and more crowded, the more and more I can understand. Like, yeah, maybe a half-hour dinner. You just kind of just hang out, and then you're good. That's not the end of the world. I would hate if that was my everyday. I don't do well by myself at all. It's not very good for me. But once in a while, not bad.
I mean, I definitely would become a real problematic human being if I was left to my own devices. But
oh, my wife goes like on a work trip or something, or goes away for like 48 hours, and I am just the most bored human in the world.
See, I'm
so bored when she's not there.
My problem is I get
incredibly bored.
So like short-term loneliness, not a problem, but like, Ness will be like, me and the girls are going to go to Hershey Park with our friends for 5 days at a time. I can't go. And I'll be like, I have so many plans, and I don't do any of them. I just sit around missing my wife and kids.
Omaha!
The king of petty, Aaron Rodgers, is facing his old team, the Green Bay Packers, in Pittsburgh this weekend, and detailed his feelings on his former team.
I don't have any animosity toward the organization. Obviously, I wish that, things have been better in our last year there, but, I have a great relationship with a lot of people still in that organization. This is not a revenge game for me. I'm just excited to see some of those guys and be on Sunday Night Football again. I knew the writing was on the wall when Jordan was picked, and as a matter of time, I happened to win MVP the first 2 years he was with us. But I knew at some point there would be a change, and if I wanted to play, it'd probably have to be elsewhere.
It kind of sounds like the Vlasic pickle guy, but that's a sidebar. Are you buying what ayahuasca Aaron is selling here? It's not a revenge game.
I thought the Vlasic pickle guy was a stork. Do they have like an actual guy?
Yeah, they got a voice guy.
They got the voice of the stork.
Pickles. Yeah. Okay. You don't remember that?
Not really. I just remember the stork.
I was like, why does he sound like he's a 65-year-old grandpa that might also have some problematic choices in going into certain theaters that you can only go to? We're going to stop it there, but you get my point.
They chose the symbol because it was a widely recognized symbol for delivering babies, the stork, obviously, and they want to capitalize on the idea that pregnant women crave pickles.
Vlasic pickles.
What meeting was that?
Yeah.
What meeting where they're like, we need to get pickles to pregnant women?
You know
who loves pickles? Pregnant women.
Okay,
so let's put a stork out there as the mascot.
What year was that decided?
1974.
Yeah. That's because you could still drink during work. You're sitting in a boardroom. You've had
was this
7 belts.
Don Draper pitching this?
That's exactly. Well, no, he was clean after the last getaway.
In the 70s he was clean. Yeah.
Well,
at that point,
as clean as he can be, or he was just onto cocaine. Now that being said, do you think Aaron Rodgers does not feel like this is a revenge game?
I don't know. I don't think he looks at it as a revenge game. In fact,
because the Jets have bypassed the Packers and he has
actual hatred for the Jets. The Jets embarrassed him and made him look stupid, whereas the Packers didn't do that. Now, the reception by Packers fans, I would think, would be pretty strong towards Aaron Rodgers in a positive way.
So it's going to be in Pittsburgh, but Pack fans do travel. I honestly don't recall what the last has he been to Green Bay yet? Because I honestly don't recall what the
I don't
if he
remember
has
that.
been what that has been.
I don't remember that one way or another, to be honest with you. But like I was thinking about this with KD. And obviously NBA rolls out the red carpet, and you got the Rockets versus the Thunder, and it's banner night and everything like that. And KD spent 9 years with Oklahoma City. Mm-hmm. Okay, 9 years, and did all he had to do with the big three that they had there with Westbrook and Harden, and they booed him as if he had basically accosted every Thunder fan. Like, you want a title. Get over it, Thunder fans. But like with Durant,
booed him back, which was very funny.
Well, but Durant, I mean, he gets booed there. He gets booed if he goes to Golden State at this point. He gets booed in Brooklyn. Like, he's got no home. Whereas I feel like with Rodgers, with enough time, people are just going to remember Rodgers as a Green Bay Packer, and Packers fans will wrap their arms around him the same way they do for a very problematic Brett Favre. And it just kind of just is what it is, which I actually think is a good, nice spot for Aaron Rodgers, because I think it would kind of stink if after the way it left and everything like that, if they just kind of shunned him.
I mean, the difference is KD didn't win a championship in OKC. Aaron Rodgers did win a championship in Green Bay, but I see your point.
Omaha!
I don't like when people play for 9 years, do make an NBA Finals, and then they act as if they're the worst person on planet Earth, though. Like, there's a difference between applause and then outright boos, and there was a stretch where I thought Rodgers would be outright booed. Even though he won the Super Bowl, he was turning into a guy that'd be outright booed. So it's very fascinating to me. I don't know. Maybe just winning a title just solves everything at the end of the day, and that might be the answer there. All right, Bears troll Ravens, and they post a video of players playing ping pong in the locker room. Bears on a 4-game win streak, Ravens on a 4-game losing streak. We talked about the story yesterday. Ravens can't figure out if it was the players or the coaches that got rid of all the recreational activities. The Bears with the ping pong video. Is this good trolling or is this lame trolling?
I'm torn because the Bears organization is an absolute dumpster fire. Don't let their the 4-game winning streak distract you. But on the other hand, the bit was funny. The bit, I mean, that's a funny bit. That's timely. They didn't wait like 4 weeks from now and do it. It's still, and the Ravens clearly are still smarting. So, good bit. I'm gonna make a ruling. Good bit.
So what's the response in your social media savviness? What's the response if the Ravens beat the Bears this weekend? Lamar is able to play. They get the job done.
Fire back.
Yeah, I know. What is your response though? Like, how do you just show in a locker room with them celebrating and be like, "This is why we took it." Like, how do you win this?
I mean, I think you win it by beating the Bears. I think that's the ultimate thing. Or maybe it's like, maybe all of a sudden, maybe you have your own drawing of maybe bringing the pool tables and the ping pong tables back in. I don't know.
I'm trying to think, is there like a great ping pong movie that you can No, I'm not going to say it before. I have to look this up to make sure.
Fury?
That's what I was thinking of, but it didn't sound like that was actually accurate to me. Mainly because
it's a ridiculous name for a movie.
It's a ridiculous name for a movie.
And by the way, that could be almost any sport.
On work computer, did not want to Google Balls of Fury.
Wow.
Oddly enough, wanted to save myself there.
Live a little, buddy.
Yeah.
216-474-0092. Aaron Rodgers says it's not a revenge game this weekend in Pittsburgh against the Packers. Do you buy it? The man's the most petty man on the planet. It's just hard. It's just hard to believe. And Jared Allen made a joke. Apparently, he's not allowed to make a joke and then have 4 points and 4 rebounds. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here for FanDuel. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel because with FanDuel's Thursday jackpot, touchdown jackpot, rather, that's how that goes. FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot. Those 4 words together are really giving me struggles here, folks. But you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of
And the Kevin Stefanski Show is at 7 o'clock. You can catch the Coach's Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
How many chances should you give a restaurant?
No matter how expensive it is, you got the babysitter, and a night was ruined. And Kenny has a story for the ages down at Disney.
I was trapped. It's the emerging podcast scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
And don't forget to ring that bell. Mac Robinson makes me say that because he said that's how they talk about it on the internet. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've got Pete Futek coming up at 4:20 today. We got the quarterback Deadpool coming up in 40 minutes. Mac has been making hay in the quarterback Deadpool. The rest of us, we're just getting by.
We got a college football savant among us.
We do. Who knew? The guy who couldn't find a third quarterback in the draft. He's gone from hacksaw in the quarterback Deadpool to not being hacksaw, and we appreciate him on that one. But the Cavs are back, and they lost, so why do they suck?
So why do they suck?
I mean, that's the conversation we got to have.
Yeah, let's have all the answers after one game. Let's try to figure it out. It was obviously not a pretty game. I don't know that I care as much as some other people that Donovan Mitchell, scored a 21-point third quarter and decided to get them back in the game and look at that as a bad thing. To me, that was like, okay, you did what you had. You put the cape on, you put him back in a position, you erased the big deficit and had him leading, and then you got it down to the fourth, and it was what it was.
I just think the funniest thing about, to me, it looked like the quintessential feel-out game. Two teams that didn't look all that ready for the regular season. I know New York made more shots, but it looked like how I think when you have 4 preseason games and the Cavs hadn't played in over a week's time, that's how that first game should look, right? We're subsiding on good feels and basketball's back, not pounding the pavement and pounding the hard court and saying, how is this happening? Why is this happening? Like, the two most interesting things from last night tangentially happened on the court. They did not happen during actual play. The first one was after the game, Donovan Mitchell dapping every single New York Knick up.
Except for Hart?
Except for Josh Hart.
Yeah.
Which is only going to aid the idea that people think the two of them hate each other, which is funny because I thought they were teammates in Utah, but I don't know if they actually
he was
linked
also
up.
Teammates with Rudy Gobert in Utah, and we know they hated each other. So
the old microphone toucher.
If anything, being teammates with Donovan, unless you're
Joe Ingles.
For some reason, that Utah team, it just didn't work for him with making a lot of friends.
Could it be that it was in Utah?
Well, I think Rudy Gobert is just he just kind of stinks.
Yeah. That's fair. I think Utah's beautiful, by the way, but I get it if you're an NBA player and you don't feel comfortable there.
Have you been to Utah?
Josh Hart never played in Utah.
What did you say?
Josh Hart never played in Utah.
Well, neither did you.
Not with that attitude, he didn't.
Are you sure he didn't play in Utah?
I'm looking at his
Senior
basketball
research.
reference page.
He played in New Orleans. He played in Portland. He played in L.A. That's okay.
You don't need to guess his basketball reference page right now.
I wanted to let everyone know I do know Josh Hart has played in certain NBA cities.
Have you been to Utah?
Yes. Kind of. So, no. I have not been to Salt Lake City.
Okay.
But I got to tell you, I've seen pictures of it, and I'd really like to go.
I went when Wichita State, when they were in the opening round of the March Madness tournament, I went, and that was quite a boring city.
So I've been to Tahoe, and I've been to one of the other.
But I'm not a skier, though.
Towns.
I'm not a skier. Like, if I love skiing or something like that, then I'm sure I would have had a great time in Salt Lake City.
I just think it looks beautiful. I just think that, and you don't have like the earthquake concern that other mountainous areas have.
Yeah, that's always a problem.
That's some pretty strong Utah analysis there. I'm going to bail out of that
The Josh Hart situation, that was the one, and I'm assuming the other one you're going to highlight here is Jared Allen and what he said before the game.
Yes, and we're going to play Jared Allen's comments as heard. The attempt at a joke here by ESPN.
Is it just me, or the lights in here brighter than expected?
So that harkens back to 3 years ago getting bounced out of the series by the Knicks, and Jared Allen saying, I guess the lights were brighter than we expected. in fairness, he has come to say, he kind of said that tongue-in-cheek when he said that originally, but it doesn't matter. People were pissed that he said this yesterday.
People were pissed. I understand why people were pissed. I think the problem that me and you are going to have in this discussion, I don't want to speak for you, I don't know where you stand on it, is more the idea that we have an appreciation for comedy that we can't let go of in this situation.
Yeah, it's a funny bit.
It's a funny bit.
It's a really funny bit.
I get why it made people mad. I understand why it made people mad. But for me...
Not last night, I don't understand.
Well, but for me, it was more about him trying to continue the idea that, first off, they're putting those demons in the closet and they're tucking them away, and they can laugh at the problems that they used to have because they're not worried about those problems anymore. He's not concerned about whether the lights are too bright. He's been in bigger moments. He's gotten over that. And if anything, when you can joke about something like that, that's kind of shown that you have.
So... I look at it and go, like 3 years ago, I got why you were upset. That made a lot of sense. It really does. I mean, him saying that, even tongue-in-cheek, 3 years ago, because of the way that postseason loss to the Knicks stung, you were the favorites, you were the better team, and you lost in 5 games. Get it. Now... I mean, the guy had a bad game last night. There's no, 4 points, 4 rebounds? Yep, he did not have his best game.
Which every now and then Jared has one of those games.
We don't need to do the March on Washington for Jared Allen if he has a bad game. It's not Jared Allen's fault. He's not a superstar level player, the same level as like a Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, or Darius Garland. He's a really damn good basketball player. He had a bad night, and he hearkened back to a joke that he made 3 years ago. I mean, some of the takes I heard on Jared Allen today, as if he can't make that joke, it's like the guy is part of your resurgence, and he's an incredibly valuable basketball player.
And on most nights, he's a walking double-double.
Yes, and by the way, has been an all-star, could be an all-star again in a weekend East this year. Like, it's weird when we kind of develop these, and I get it, right? I do, because... They're like Miles. Like Miles will say something like he did last Friday, and I'll be like, dude, you don't get to say that. So everybody has their soft spot with individual players. I don't get why it's Jared Allen. Jared Allen's not the reason you've been bounced out of the playoffs prematurely the last 3 years, because he's more of a role-playing starter than he is a superstar. The failure's on your superstar players.
Yeah, no question. All right, so what did you make inside the game where Mobley starts off incredibly hot? Mobley's aggressive. Mobley's taking 3-pointers. And then it felt like Mobley did what we've seen Mobley do before. And we saw him do it, honestly, in the second round of the postseason last year, where he'd have these really nice halves. And this is just the first quarter. And then the second half just be a completely different player.
Is this a cop-out if I say that's like 99% of the NBA? I don't watch most NBA players dominate from the first minute to the 48th minute. That's not really how the game goes. It is a game of runs, and certainly superstar players, you got your 12 points here. You got your 12 points here. Like Donovan...
Yeah, that's the sad part about the NBA. Most players are just trying to get to their number, and then they just kind of stop.
Well, but I don't even think it's like...
But I don't think that was it.
I don't think it's like a cynical thing. I just think, okay, they had a response to him dominating, and I don't think the offense is going to be incredibly functional or interesting if it's just Evan commanding the offense for 4 quarters. I think it's about when he commands. Now, that's the interesting thing. Like, okay, Evan, you were dominant early, and then... you really weren't in the second half. Where was that? That's a fair conversation. But to the big thing of like, are we going to be tracking when his big runs come all season long? Because that sounds exhausting to me.
I think what was startling for fans, or what was at least exciting for fans, is, he shot 8 3-pointers in that game, and you're like, whoa, that's like you want it. Like, if Evan Mobley's going to be better than Donovan by the time we get to the playoffs and make that ascension into being the best player on this team, how it's going to happen is from... maybe not 8 3-pointers every night, but elevating that 3-point shot and taking the chances on the outside. And so to see that growth early on, like I was very encouraged by that. I thought that was a very good sign.
I do think it is, but I think it's something that's going to be a work in progress. And listen, we're going to need to see a couple games where he does that late in the game. And I really actually did understand Ken's point this morning that Donovan taking over the way he does is not always the best possible scenario, because you're your best when any one of your 3 best players can do that. That's not about Donovan laying out, though. That's about Evan saying, it's my run, I'm feeling it, I need to take over because we've got the matchup that I'm going to be the best version of that. So I don't think that's a Donovan thing. Like Donovan, like if you want Evan to take over in that same moment that Donovan did last night, it's on Evan to throw up the stop sign. And that's a relationship between two players. And by the way, I happen to think that if Evan told Donovan that last night, I think Donovan would have gone away because he's done it for Darius too at different points.
Well, so I think the problem that I think Cavs fans had within that is that they're living with what happened in the second round of the postseason last year, and they're living within Game 3 and Game 4, where you watch this exact scenario play out in many ways. Where you want to say it's Evan putting up the stop sign, call it whatever you want, but it felt like Donovan needed to put the world on his shoulders and then took it upon himself to do so. I just don't think a Donovan Mitchell takeover game is ever a bad thing. I just don't look at it that way.
I think that's like, listen, over 82 games, I'm going to need Evan to take 5 to 10 games over like that. I'm going to need Donovan to take, and I'm just throwing out a random number. I'm just trying to like give you the sample size. Donovan's still probably going to take over more than Evan, and probably going to take more over than Darius. That's okay. Donovan's more used to that. So as much, though, as there are going to be times where Donovan has to fall back, that's on Evan to make it happen. And the only thing that Donovan, Darius, and Kenny Atkinson can do in that scenario is encourage Evan. But ultimately, if he's not feeling it, or if he's got side character syndrome, well, that's kind of on the kid. That's not a criticism. That's just the reality of it. I thought the Donovan, I understand the point, but I thought the Donovan criticism was way off base because I was like,
no, I did too.
No, well, somebody's got to do it.
Exactly.
Donovan can't look at Evan and go, you like point at him like you can't initiate that for somebody else.
Especially not when you're down 17 like the Cavs were at one point in that game. I mean, that was obviously they clawed back into it, and because of Donovan, you ended up having the lead near the end of the third. But that was for many stretches of that game. That was the Knicks dominating.
I watch the reaction to the game, and I think some of it is. I think actually it's a really good thing because I think people are just excited that
people cared
back.
about it. I thought I got worried that a game like that would happen and people would just sweep it under the rug and not really do anything with it anyway. Like I was almost encouraged at the outrage that I saw because it tells me that we're going to have a lot of really cool conversations throughout the regular season.
Yeah, that same thing. Now,
some people took it too far though. Hold on, some people took it too far.
Okay,
like when I looked in the Odyssey chaptering today for Baskin and Phelps, and I clicked in the segment and I didn't get to the part where they actually talked about it because they were talking about phone lines being down or some nonsense. But the headline on the title was, should the Cavs trade Darius Garland this offseason? Now that I think might be a little bit of a different reaction than what I want to go for after game one. That one might be a little bit too, let's not do that after every single game maybe.
All right, so maybe this is the way, if you had played Chicago last night and you had just blown the doors off and beat them by 30 points, and then tonight you played that same game against the Knicks and lost, I guarantee you the reaction tomorrow would not be what it's been today to last night's Knicks game. I think that's where I found myself chuckling a little bit of like, yeah, that's why you got to trade Jared. I'm like, easy damn does it.
No, they traded Darius. They were ready to go. But you only get so many of these games against what's supposed to be the creme de la creme, the cream of the crop in the East, and that's kind of what I think a lot of people put a lot of weight into this because it's the Knicks and they're the team that is perceived to be the one that could kind of snipe off the East and really ruin a lot of the Cavs' expectations, but it's game one, guys.
Was Jared Allen's joke about the lights being brighter than expected last night, was that a bad look by Jared Allen? And if so, what's going on with you, man? Like, talk to me. All right? We're here to help. Trust tree with a nest. It's okay. This is a safe place. And the Patriots' unseen advantage on Sunday, it's right under your nose. It was right under their nose. That's coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson, and I've got a little tip. If a kitchen remodel is on your radar, skip the stress, skip the sticker shock, and go see my friends at Northeast Factory Direct, because you're going to be able to get a full 10x10 kitchen for just $2,599. And that includes all the features you actually want. Solid wood construction,
Home for the NFL on Westwood One, including tonight's game between the Vikings and the Chargers, immediately following the Kevin Stefanski Show. And remember, you can listen to Westwood One's coverage of the NFL on the Odyssey app within 100 miles of downtown Cleveland. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. 92.3 The Fan.
P2 Tech coming up in 1 hour's time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Back on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel if you want to watch along as well. But it seems like the Patriots have a fair amount of advantages in this game. They've got Drake May. Okay, he's better than Dylan Gabriel. Fair to say,
just a little bit.
Okay, just a little bit better. Same class though, same tier. They've got
you need a new tier system again.
We've got to get new tiers for fear.
Is your quarterback tier system, if it's Drake May and Dylan Gabriel in the same tier, is it just like quarterback, I don't know, 9 all the way to every quarterback in play?
Potentially.
I think
it's a big tier.
Drake May legitimately is hitting top 10 quarterback status right before our very eyes.
I struggle because it reminds me of like Justin Herbert. Like watching him play, he's just such an effortless passer that I'm like, we've been crowning Justin Herbert for a really long time, and he's a really damn good quarterback, but he still hasn't gotten that extra step.
Well, we were crowning Justin Herbert off of a lot of things outside of production, and that was the problem. And
come on, that's a head of lettuce right there.
He does. Well, remember when he entered the league too, when he like shaved it, and it was just so awkward, and so he went along like in a Fast and the Furious movie. It wasn't good. But May he is third in yards per attempt, and has been the best deep ball thrower in football this year. 14 of 18, 414 yards, 5 touchdowns, and passes 20-plus yards down the field. Like, he has been the opposite of a check-down Charlie while having every stat imaginable. I told you I talked to my buddy Brian Barrett earlier today, and I was trying to pick his brain. I'm like, because I knew we were talking about Vrabel at some point today, and it's going to come up a lot over the next couple of days. I was like, so is it Vrabel? Is it McDaniels? Like, where's the credit going for what's currently happening? He's like, no, it's just Drake May. Mm-hmm. Like, the answer is Drake May. In all of these questions, the answer is Drake May. He's been that awesome.
Now, in fairness, he's played against the Raiders defense, the Dolphins defense, I believe the Jets defense.
Well, he himself will tell you that's why the Browns is the toughest challenge so far, because the defense has not been good.
But you've got Drake May. Significant advantage. You've got your strongest part of your offense against the second best run defense in football. That's a strong advantage because they can beat you that way. They can stop you from running, especially if you're Kevin Stefanski. They've got Mike Vrabel is perceived, unless you ask Ross Tucker, as the better head coach over Kevin Stefanski, but turns out, and I think there's a great point by Mary Kay Cabot when she was on with the morning show. She talked about kind of this unseen advantage with Mike Vrabel over the Browns.
I think it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough because Mike knows the inner workings of this football team in almost every area, really. He helped out with special teams. He helped Bubba a ton. Then he started working with the tight ends, and that was really his first responsibility in season, is to coach up those tight ends. And I watched that every single day. I mean, he gave those guys a defensive look. He would put a chest pad on and get physical with those tight ends every single day in practice and really kind of teach them how to block. And so he had a huge impact on David Njoku. Then he moved over to the offensive line, so he knows all about the blocking schemes. He knows the personnel. He knows the culture of this team. He knows the playbook. He was involved in helping to scout Mike Hall and other rookies last year. So it's not going to be easy at all.
So I think it's a really great point, and we haven't really addressed it yet. Now, once I started thinking about it, the toughest thing for me is, okay, but how much of an advantage is Mike Vrabel's inside knowledge of Kevin Stefanski and how he likes to do things?
I mean, if you think it's an actual big advantage, this would be the argument against bringing people like Vrabel into your building. Mm-hmm. I mean, you think about it. If you know that they're going to be a head coach somewhere else, and then you might even play them the next year, I would say Vrabel offered up enough positives to outweigh that. But like, this is an important game for the Browns. If Vrabel's got that big of an advantage because of that, then it's the type of thing that limits coaches from doing that type of stuff.
Well, what's funny is we don't necessarily do this with, like, when Josh McDaniel would go up against Bill Belichick, right? Oh, well, he knows Bill Belichick. It's like, yeah, and Bill Belichick knows him. Like, I do think there's a point of, like, I think Kevin Stefanski probably got, and I think the coaching staff in general probably also got a pretty interesting insight into the way Mike Vrabel thinks, on top of him being a head coach previously for 6 years in the NFL.
No, that's a good point. I don't look at it as some sort of major advantage, though, for the Patriots from that perspective. I think the advantage that they have is It's Drake May and Vrabel. Yeah, like I just don't think they even have to worry about that, really. I hate to put it that way, but it's just kind of true. They're not a perfect team, by the way. They're far from a perfect team.
Yeah, I don't think they're 4-2 good. I just think they've played a bunch of really crappy teams.
The hard part, and the part that makes me angry for this weekend, is that like where their weaknesses are is exactly the spot that we have not been able to attack teams.
Yeah.
Like it stinks. And I don't know how much of that, we'll talk about this later on, I don't know how much of that Stefanski's going to play into or shoot himself in the foot with. I don't know. But you can get after this team in certain ways.
I just think when we get to like the big potential advantages in this game, right? I think they've got the best trump card you can have, which is Drake May. Because if you have the best quarterback by a wide margin, that's a significant advantage. I think they probably have the next best advantage because your strongest point on offense, the only thing you do really well is the thing that they do at an elite level as well in the run defense. And then I think we get to the Browns pass rush. And the reason why I have the Browns pass rush third here is because their defense is their offensive line is built on an incredible amount of physicality. And I don't think the Browns have a finesse defensive line. That's not what I'm trying to say is, but one of the types of offensive lines that really have success against a wide nine where your guys are spread out more is just a physical ass-kicking offensive line with I don't want to say five studs, but like Will Campbell is really, really stinking good, and the attitude permeates from that. So maybe the Vrabel familiarity part begins at like the fourth advantage, right?
Yeah, well, the hope is that Drake May has just never seen a Myles Garrett before. Like that's got to be the hope that the Browns have, is that you're just so defensively in his face, and you throw him off his game, and that ultimately he was getting way too much credit based off of what happened against teams that aren't particularly good defensively.
I actually think the hope is,
but then can we put up enough points to offset that anyway?
I think maybe the hope is that McDaniel and Vrabel, who come from the Belichick tree of just take away what the opponent does best. Well, you can already do that with the run defense. I think when it comes to the pass rush, I think teams have taken away the pass rush to some degree by just getting the ball out quickly. Now, the problem is for Drake May, as you've talked about with his ability to make plays down the field, that might mitigate some of the big plays. So, it wouldn't surprise me if McDaniel just said, well, bleep it, we trust our offensive line, but we're just going to get the ball out quickly to mitigate Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I mean, May's secret weapon right now, what his shot diet, if we're using NBA parlance, is throwing the ball deep and doing it at an extremely high level. And his receivers are 21 of 30 in contested targets.
None of them
insane.
are great, by the way. That's
Stephon Diggs is having like a resurgence year, but like I know it's funny to say, but he is.
He is, but it's like if that's your best receiver in 2025, it probably speaks to.
I get it, but they are making plays for him. Again, you're winning 21 out of 30 contested catches. Like you're making plays for him, but he's just throwing it up, and he's wildly accurate. Leads the NFL in completion percentage right now. I've been very impressed with what I've seen from him so far.
216-474-0092. Do the Patriots have an added advantage because of Vrabel? I don't think it's okay. Maybe the fourth advantage that we can talk about in this game is just I think Vrabel is a better head coach than Stefanski.
Yeah, which is kind of wild. I am wondering if Ross was huffing paint or something yesterday. I don't know where he got that from.
He really believes in Kevin Stefanski. He is of the subset of media that really buys into what Kevin sells and thinks and buys into the defenses of Kevin, that none of what's happened in the 6 years here is any of Kevin's fault.
I know we just have so much evidence with Vrabel now, though. It's not, you know what I mean? Can't you just take the actual concrete evidence? And I don't want to harsh on our guy Ross there. It's just.
I love the ice cream man the way you do. I was as befuddled as you were.
It's just a wild move, the ice cream man.
I think
he's still shocked. He's like, how did you know? It's like, well, geez, shocker. You have a fast food story, Ross. Yeah. I'm so surprised.
Yeah. And no, there's a fast food story where the ice cream machine isn't working. Yeah, every single human being in America has somebody. It's like, you'll never believe this. I have a story about playing Little League. You too?
Wait, you played Little League baseball?
You and 200 million other people. Now, there's another way to frame this game. I thought it was interesting. We're not going to play the audio because it's a small part, what I'm most interested in. But it also came from Mary Kay's interview with the Morning Boys, where she described the Dolphins game as the get-right game. Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, you kicked the crap out of the Dolphins. You had a commanding 31-6 win. I get that is the kind of game that can make you forget about a lot of your troubles. I thought what was interesting is if we take it one step further and say, okay, if the Dolphins game is the get-right game, what does that make the Patriots game?
The get-lucky game.
Ooh.
You need to get lucky.
Hey, we all get lucky.
Yeah.
Enjoy the bulge.
You're going back to Belichick stomping grounds where everybody got lucky. We didn't care about the age difference either, guys. We just kind of let that be.
We care about the age difference. That's weird.
You need to have some things go right in a way that last week's game did in many ways. But last week you just out-talented them. In this game, you're going to have Drake May not be Drake May. You're going to have situations where Dylan Gabriel. This has to be the best Dylan Gabriel game we've seen yet, and that's not even a question. And for a 28th ranked defense DVOA wise in the Patriots, like if Dylan doesn't look good in this game, throw in the towel. He's never going to look good. Like, this is the pass defense you're supposed to look good against. It has to be a game where Dylan actually shows you something.
I just kind of think it's the divining rod game. Like, I take out the record here. I think New England has a lot of things that they can beat the crap out of you on. I also think you can beat New England. I think it does start with what's the best way to beat a quarterback. It's get to him quickly, which is the thing the wide nine does. So even if that just forces the Patriots to get the ball out quickly, I'll take Drake May trying to complete 5 to 10 yard slant passes than a bunch of over the top passes, which are then going to put stress on your defense and you're going to fall apart. But I look at it as a divining rod game. Like, I think the Patriots are a nice young team with a lot of promise. I think they're incredibly well coached. I also think they're way more beatable than their record suggests. And so, if last week was the get right game, then this should be a game that you can keep incredibly competitive. And if you do, then you should have a chance to win this game.
Does Vegas have the 7-point line wrong? Because I've struggled with this one all week long.
I've gone back and forth of like, who are they trying to tempt here? Like, who are they baiting into taking?
I think they're confused on this game. And, listen, I hate giving predictions on games at the end of the day. I really do. This is a really hard game to just cap and just straight up say, I know with certainty it's going to go down one way or another.
So when I say...
It's a really hard game.
When I say divining rod, what I mean is, if you win, okay, we've got 2 games you can stack back-to-back. Like, all right, you're heading in the right direction. 3-5 is a good place to start 8 games into the season, especially when you've won 2 straight. If you lose, but it's competitive, that's not the worst thing in the world. It's going to suck because losing in the NFL sucks, but let's not panic about the damn thing. But if you get blown out, that is an answer. It's not the answer we want, but like if you follow up the Miami blowout by getting blown out against a good, but I don't think truly great team, I think you're going to see that in the end, the Miami game wasn't a get-right game. It was just a fluky kind of active convergence that happened.
Yeah, blowout's not on my bingo card. I don't see it in this game.
As a Drake May, I can see it.
I just don't.
If they score first and they score quick, and then Kevin does what Kevin does, which is their game script, got to go away from the run. If Kevin abandons the run in this game completely, and you start going to short passing, which is only going to shorten up the field even more because they're just going to know anything you do is going to be short.
I think he's going to pass a lot more than people are comfortable with.
No, I think that's fair, but there's a difference between passing more than you're comfortable with and completely abandoning the run game, which is what he did against Pittsburgh.
I think he's scared of the Patriots' run defense, and I think he's shown us this in previous weeks, that he plays towards other teams' matchups and what they do right and what they do poorly. Like, he plays the matchups an absolute ton and has a ton this season, and so I think it's going to make a lot of people mad that Quinshon will not get the amount of carries that people want him to get.
I think you're right, and this avenue you're talking about, it doesn't guarantee a blowout. But it is the way that this goes into a blowout very quickly if you just go out and say, all right, Dylan, we're going to go ahead and throw a bunch of... Because we've teetered on turnover with Dylan. If he starts to get that itch and he starts forcing things, it could get ugly quickly. And that's what you have to avoid. You have to avoid this getting ugly. You have to make sure to give these guys the confidence to stay in there by running a game plan that says, here's what we do, here's who we are, now we're going to go do it.
Yeah, maybe I need to give more credit. I've been talking up Drake May a ton in my head, so maybe to put it out there, the idea that I do think he is developing into a really special quarterback, and it does scare me, but he's never faced this type of defense. And I think I'm holding on to the amount of turnovers that the Browns defense forced last week and hoping that continues.
216-474-0092. If the Dolphins game is the get-right game, what is the Patriots game for the Cleveland Browns, the QB Deadpool, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey,
Again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Legendary Buckeyes beat writer Tim May joins Baskin and Phelps Friday at 1. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We'll get to the quarterback Deadpool with the commissioner in just a moment here. Got my shipment of Hall of Fame beef. I don't know why I said that weird. So we got a picanha.
Yeah? Didn't you order like multiple picanha?
I got one picanha, and we might be getting a couple for Friendsgiving this year.
Did Joe throw in some extras as like hey?
Nope. Nope. Well, because remember, he brought us out the apple cheddar cinnamon, the sticks that we got that I ended up ordering.
I know, but like Ken did get like ground beef, some as Ken calls them, Wagyu.
I mean, I think he and Ken go back for a while there, so Joe and I are buddies, but I don't get jealous about that kind of stuff.
Well, not jealous. I just didn't know if he threw a little bit extra into the order. Although Joe probably doesn't do anything with the packaging and the ordering, I would imagine, right?
No, he did see it though, and he thanked me, which I like. But
that's all you need.
But the truth is, we're going to test out how much my wife and children like picanha. Because if they do, my buddy Jeremy's so good at making brisket, it's a little daunting to make a brisket for Friendsgiving. Because I'm like, if it's even 90% of his brisket, I'll know it. Mm-hmm. Whereas picanha, really nobody but the cabin boys and Jeremy's wife Becky has had it. So my kids haven't had it. Dan's kids haven't had it. So I would. It's less chance that they're gonna be like, Nick's food.
I just think it's fun to present it as like if this is Joe Thomas's beef.
That is definitely how we're doing.
That's what I think is cool about it. I think that's why it always sells out right away, is because I think people like that as well. Like, you're eating Joe Thomas's beef.
I'm definitely getting in trouble for me. Like, how does Joe Thomas's meat taste? Everybody?
Is his end goal to turn into, like, when I lived in Texas, at every supermarket was Nolan Ryan's premium grade UDSA certified beef. Like that's what it was. Like everything was Nolan Ryan with his face on it. Older Nolan Ryan too, by the way. Never went for like him in a baseball uniform looking young. It was always like
power move.
It was like current day Nolan Ryan, but all the beef you bought there was all Nolan Ryan beef. Could you imagine a world where every beef we buy just has Joe Thomas's mug on it? Because we're getting there.
I think we're getting there, and I think I can imagine that world. Now, that being said, it is time for the weekly update on the quarterback Deadpool. So we welcome in our commissioner, Jake Murrin. Commissioner, welcome back.
Thanks, guys, and I welcome you into Week 9 of the Afternoon Drive quarterback Deadpool. Just a quick update on teams here. Nick, your latest addition, Jade Mayava, had a 300-yard game with 2 touchdowns and 2 picks in a losing effort to Notre Dame. Mm-hmm. Garrett Nussmeier, decent game, but a loss to Vanderbilt for LSU. John Mateer got back in the win column last week, but Carson Beck, just a disastrous outing last week against Louisville where he had 4 picks.
And Carson is Beck.
For Jonathan Peterlin, you have Cade Klubnik, who had a bye week. Arch Manning led Texas to an overtime win over Kentucky. You have Sam Leavitt, who did return from injury, and with Arizona State upsetting, I believe, 7th-ranked Texas Tech last week. And Dante Moore, who just continues to impress. How are you feeling about your team there, JP?
Truthfully, I'm upset with Klubnik. And Arch Manning continues to be a massive disappointment. Yes, they got that win. Great. Congratulations. Happy for you, Texas. Did you watch the game?
Yeah, I think it was, 13 to 10 overtime win.
Like 40% of his passes. The kid can't play. And you know what? Yes, it's my fault for drafting him. Obviously, I'll pat the chest there. But like the collective college football world and the collective draft community needs to explain to me how they had their pants down when it came to Arch Manning in such a serious way. I need some better explanation.
You have to explain why you had your pants down for Arch Manning.
I took him in the second round. It was a flyer pick. It was what it was. There was value. It was a value pick.
But you're charging everybody else with okay, why were your pants down? Don't you have to kind of leave with yours?
I think I did that in the first part of that in owning my drafting of him. Like that is the acceptance.
You said I drafted him, so that's my bad. But why? Why just come to the hype?
It's not my livelihood. I'm not betting on the line here to go ahead and make sure that Arch Manning is perceived to be as great as he was.
It's quarterback Deadpool. People take this very seriously
to do this, and they've absolutely. I mean, Arch Manning looks unplayable.
So it's really interesting.
Bar none, he looks unplayable.
So what's really interesting about that, Jonathan, you have the top waiver wire now because Nick made a change to his team last week. So if you'd like to drop Arch Manning, you can do so right now.
Yeah, here's the problem with that is that we're in such a bad spot with all the good quarterbacks have been taken. I was off when I wanted to take Ty Simpson. I was off because I was gone because I had a child, and I blame this child. I love this child. Well, I kind of like this child. We're going to grow into the love portion with this child.
Yeah.
For Charlotte, it took me like 6 months before I really wrapped my arms around the child. And so, really, if anything, I mean, the child is to blame for why I'm not thriving in this quarterback.
You're not
Deadpool.
even giving her name now on air. You're just saying the child.
Well, you guys make jokes about her name, so I don't want to do that. That's not fair to her.
Don't let me in with that.
That's not fair.
We have
That's not fair to
made
her.
jokes about it. And by the way, Elisa's family member made a way worse joke than we did.
Yeah, it's not fair what you guys do to my child's name. So the point is that no, I'm not going to do it for Brendan Sorsby. Like, no, I'm not. Okay. I'm going to ride the Arch Manning train for right now. But the man's unplayable. Unplayable.
Right. Well, that leads me to Mac's team. Mac, you have Lenore Sellers and South Carolina losing 4 of their last 5 games, so not great there. Fernando Mendoza, his stock could not be higher right now. Aiden Childs, who I think remains to be like the worst quarterback in this entire Deadpool. And then you do have Ty Simpson, who has strung together 4 straight wins over ranked opponents at Alabama. Also has an 18-1 touchdown to interception ratio. But Mac, the source tells me you're looking to make a change.
I am indeed. I will be dropping Aiden Childs. I was a year too early. So next year, quarterback Deadpool going to be looking for him. But
I've heard you have problems with prematurity, but that's okay.
Okay.
Happens to a lot of quarterback Deadpool players.
Are you back on the clownitude?
Oh, God. No. But I am going to be picking up Duke quarterback Darian Mensah this week for Aiden Childs.
Look at that.
Leads the ACC in passing yards and completions and touchdowns.
Oh, you're one of
I'll
those
be adding
stat
him.
queens, huh? A stat size queen, right?
I mean, clearly your team is the exact opposite of that, so that makes sense. Checks out.
No, I believe that's JP's team you're talking about. Carson Beck's still going to be drafted. Who are my other quarterbacks? Garrett Nussmeier will still be drafted.
Oh, I'd still take my team over your team right now.
Okay.
I got Dante Moore.
Yeah, but you've got
I'm gonna have the second quarterback off the board.
Yeah, he's not coming out this year, which is going to make this even funnier.
He is going to come out this year. He's going to be a top 5 pick. He's going to come out this year.
Mac's got 2 quarterbacks, and
you
he's
got Drew Aller, who's dead.
No, I don't have Drew Aller. He's
gone.
You
dropped him? Good, because he's dead.
Did that also happen when the child that you won't say his name?
Who'd you drop him for?
Jaden Mayava.
Oh, that's right, the USC quarterback. Yeah. That's right. Okay.
It's a solid mid-round quarterback. Garrett Nussmeier is going to be a second-round pick at worst. Carson Beck will be probably a day 2 pick, but probably a third-rounder.
Nussmeier is your great hope.
No. Who's my?
And he's the 6th best quarterback in the class.
Nussmeier.
Agreed.
Nussmeier. Yeah, but like you. Nussmeier, Beck. Mateer. Mateer's
Beck is basically dead. Mateer's basically dead. Well, your team is close.
Beck is no, it's not. No,
Pete Futak loves Simpson Carson Beck.
He likes Carson Beck.
Yeah, Carson Beck with the 4 picks against Louisville. Really,
congrats, Mr. Recency Bias.
Look at the big brain on Mac. He's going to be
he can remember one stat. Well done, Mac.
Twice as many in one game than Mensah has the entire season. Okay.
Yeah, and he also plays at Duke.
Carson Beck is PFF ranked 134 right now currently, and quarterback number 12 on the board according to PFF, and that's your great hope.
That's a tough one. That
is a tough one.
When he's a top 100 pick.
Sam Levitt, who obviously I have on my team, is rated higher than any quarterback you have in the quarterback Deadpool. So, I don't know what we're talking about.
And just a reminder, too, we can make trades in this Deadpool. I know it's kind of tough with only 4 QB teams here, but there are options where you can package maybe 2 of your quarterbacks to get that one higher upside guy if you want to.
Anybody?
Just something to think about.
I'm good.
Well,
yeah, Mac's going to hang steady.
I think Nick
no
would
one
be
wants
the
any
one
part
that
of
would
Nick's team right now, and my team's like a hodgepodge.
I think JP's doing I think it's transference or projecting, one of those 2 things, where your team's so crappy, you're just projecting that onto me So you feel better about yourself. It's okay.
My team has been
The safe
unfairly
place.
critiqued because I go hard in the quarterback Deadpools on people like Arch Manning, and I do that, and that's fine. He deserves to have all sorts of critiques lobbed his way. But Dante Moore is the second best quarterback in this draft as of right now, and
He's not coming out.
Sam Levitt's the fifth best. Yes, he is, and he's not going to be projected number 2 or number 3, or even in the top 5 overall, and go back to Oregon. It's not going to happen. And then Sam Levitt is the 5th best quarterback projected right now. So, like, if we're doing a points valuation system, we're golden, Pony Boy.
Commissioner, we appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Myles Garrett, the Browns defense, and chasing championship caliber in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there at Summit Sound. Wouldn't it be great to remotely start your vehicle from the convenience of your home or office with just the press of a button? Remote starter starting at
watching the Kevin Stefanski Show. And the Kevin Stefanski Show is back at 7. Catch it immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Give me more, fat man. Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We have plenty to get to. Pete Futch coming up in 20 minutes' time. We've also got Danny Canel coming up at 6. Why are you looking at me like that, Mac? You're giving me a weird look. Don't be weird, dude. Is it the Clownatoots? You thinking about the Clownatoots?
No, I was zoning out.
Okay. Thinking about the Clownatoots. That's what that's code for. Or his team. His quarterback Deadpool team. They both get you there. That being said, Pete Futch coming up in about 20 minutes. Mary Kay Capite, we don't even have to play the full audio on this. She was talking about the Browns and talking about how much this team has going for it, including having Quinshon Judkins. And then she referred to the Browns defense. I thought it was interesting because she said that the Browns have a championship caliber defense. And I know that the Browns their defense has flashed some very dominant moments. But it was interesting when she said that, it sent off something in my head, kind of signaling that maybe I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. But for you, I guess we first should define what is a championship caliber defense in your opinion.
Oh, good, because I wanted that definition as well. I'm thinking of like the type of team when you get to the Super Bowl, you're talking about the defense more than you are the offense. So, like for instance, I'm not, because there's a lot of teams, there's a lot of defenses that you can win the Super Bowl with. The Chiefs in the first year that Mahomes won, there was like the 18th ranked defense in the NFL. Like they were allowing a lot of points. And we've seen defenses in the past be with really good offenses and it not be relative to what you saw the past couple years with the Chiefs, where they entered with top 10 defenses. And at times you can make an argument we're better than the offensive side of the ball.
So I'm glad you said this because I also think a championship caliber, I think of like the Ravens when they won their first Super Bowl. I think of I can't remember which Pittsburgh Steelers team, but one of those,
like the
those
first
two teams.
3 Super Bowls with the Patriots.
Yes, like when as much as you might, certainly the Russell Wilson led Seattle Seahawks with a Legion of Boom.
Yeah.
Like, and by the way, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be a historic defense. But yes, that's the upper caliber part of this. I just think like a top 5 defense, which means top 5 in pass rush, top 5 in run defense, top 5 in turnovers, like where you're just across the board consistently top 5. And so I think the Browns have a chance here to end up the season as a top 10 defense. They might even be able to, in certain categories, certainly pass rush, be able to be top 5. The thing that I debated with and still debate with is whether they're championship caliber to the letter of the law that I think you and I are talking about.
Well, so last week was a good step in the idea that they actually got 4 turnovers. You know, like last year, for that defense to only have 4 interceptions for the entire season was laughably low. So they're starting to do some of the things that we would talk about within this concept. What's interesting, Nick, is that the advanced metrics, DVOA loves this Browns defense. 5th overall in the NFL. They love them way more than if you look at just points per game, for instance. So there's certain elements of this team that really does flash, and they have some big games attached to them. Once again, they shut down Joe Burrow. Like, they have some moments that you can look at and say, this is awesome. And you also have some games like week 2 against the Ravens. You also have some games like you saw against the Lions where it looked like Jared Goff could have put up 70 if he wanted to. And that's where I kind of struggle with naming them a championship defense.
Yeah, against the best teams, they've been okay at points, and they've also gotten blown out. Now, in fairness, I think the offense has led to the blowouts more than the defense has. But I think that's why, like, when Mary Kay said championship caliber defense, my initial reaction was, And that's not to demean them, because it's week 7 going on week 8. Like, you don't have to be a championship caliber defense this late in the season. You can grow into that as the season goes along, right? If you get health in the right breaks, I do think defenses can continue to get better as the season goes along. The problem here is going to be you're going to be fighting what does the offense give you, and you're going to be put in precarious situations because of the offense. But like, to be, at least DVOA, a top 5 defense or the 5th best defense with this offense, I think is an incredible mark in the, hey, we might have one. I just think I need to see more. I need to see them against Drake May. I need to see them, against Lamar. I need to see them in matchups where you're the only chance that you really have to win in that game, and then you go win that game.
Yeah, like the Packers game, for instance.
Yeah.
The Packers game, that was a defense win game. Like, they won that game. You did everything you needed to do against Jordan Love. You held their offense in check the entire game, and you did just enough for Joe Flacco to put up 13 points to win the game. That's a defense win game.
And I would say, I think to be a championship caliber defense,
you got to have 4 or 5 of those throughout the season.
Yeah, well, and by the way, that's if you have a good offense. If you don't have a good offense, you might have to put up 6 of those kind of games, which isn't necessarily fair, but it's the NFL. None of this is fair.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of some of the better defenses with just absolute nothing burgers of offense in recent years. And it's kind of funny if you just kind of go through that process, because most of the time, even when you have really good defenses, we find at least a semblance of a quarterback on the other side that you can kind of make some bread with.
Do you think they have the pieces this year to be a championship caliber defense?
I still think they're too short on corner. The MJ Emerson injury, I think, is just really hurting this team in a way that I don't love. Listen, we like the soup can. We like what the development there, but I'm not sold that's a thing that's going to exist for all the rest of this season.
I also think you're thin at safety.
Yeah.
Behind Hickman and Delpit. I think your linebackers are really, really young. And I think just in general, even your defensive line, as deep as it is, Mason Graham's a rookie. Isaiah McGuire's a third-year guy. You still have enough youth on defense, which is not a bad thing. But if you have some obvious glaring, I don't say issues, but places where you're not as strong as maybe the defensive line, I think that, and by the way, we're saying that at 100%.
Yeah, what's funny is that the Browns are 13th in pressure rate. You would have thought that they just assumed with the defensive line in the season this defensive line is having so far, and obviously I throw Malik Collins in the mix, Isaiah McGuire, Alex Wright, we'll throw Mason Graham in there, and then obviously Miles. You'd think they'd have a much better number than that. Last year they had a high pressure rate last year, and they didn't have enough sacks. That was the difference there. It was a high pressure rate, but they were for large parts of last year in the 20s when it came to sacks. What's interesting about this year, the pressure rate numbers aren't there for what you think it would be.
Yeah, and I also think some of that is, I think defenses, especially over the last couple of weeks, has really started to just key in and just get the ball out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and Tua does that better than just about anybody, and you saw that on display.
Well, but that I
even if it went to our hands,
I think
he was getting rid of it awfully quick.
I think in general, there's a lot about that game that you throw out, except that. The one thing they did that should have worked but didn't was getting the ball out quickly. 216-474-0092. Do the Browns have a championship caliber defense?
I mean, doesn't that kind of stink, though, if you can say you have a championship caliber defense and you have 2 wins to show for it through 7 games, and it looks like we're going to be a 5-win team?
Yeah, well, I don't know, because I don't think they do have a championship caliber defense. I think they have whatever the tier is below that, where I think if you had a legitimate offense, I think this defense would be just under that cusp, right? You don't. It's put in a lot of bad situations, so it's that one tier down. But at the same point, you are wasting this defense, whether you think it's championship caliber or not.
I just think it just kind of speaks to how important the offensive side of the game is. And sometimes we do wrap ourselves into getting every part of the defense right and making sure the defense can do this and the defense can't do that. But if you have something that Mary Kay, and again, you obviously say you don't believe that, but if something Mary Kay believes is a championship caliber defense, and at the end of the season you have 5 or 6 wins to show for it. We did a Joe Woods year that was very similar to that, by the way. That does just, again, I'm not breaking anything new here. It's just offense matters so much in football.
Well, it matters so much. It matters to this point. You can't have an unfunctional offense in the NFL.
And that's what this team has been. They've been not only non-functional as on offense, it's been just a really, we're staring down the barrel of one of the worst offensive seasons in league history if this doesn't turn around.
This is, if you had the 18th best offense, be it by scoring or whatever metric you want to use, right now you'd probably be 5-2, right?
Yeah, there's all sorts of different. I can make a case. I can make a legitimate case that if you just had a middle of the pack offense with this defense and what they delivered, especially in the first 4 weeks, Where it's, I mean, take the Ravens game aside, but just losing the Bengals game by a point, and then the Vikings game by 4. Like there was enough games in there for sure. There were.
And this is when it comes down to what I think the Browns, why it matters for the Browns, and why we're having this conversation is, I think there's this idea that this offseason is about going, full bore and just throw every resource at solely the offense. And listen. You need a quarterback, you need a left tackle, you need to spend on a couple offensive linemen. I still think you need to be pretty diligent in making sure you can get that 1 or 2 extra pieces to give that defense maybe that extra little bump it needs on top of having a better offense. The extra 1 or 2 pieces will make the difference for this defense, and I don't think we're that far from championship caliber overall, though.
Yeah, but I'm curious to find out how they do that, because first 2 picks this year off the board, obviously defensive side of the ball, but then you did get to the offense with Quinshawn. I'm curious if they just go offense, and just continue down that road and kind of like, just reverse the course essentially.
I think it's tough to say without knowing, okay, who are the free agents, who are the tradable players that are out there between now and obviously the draft. Listen, if you've got 4 picks in the top 100, right? 3 of those picks are probably going to be quarterback, left tackle, and wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the 4th one can be another cornerback. The 4th one can be, I don't know if you need another linebacker. We'll see, but maybe another safety or an impact safety. Then just because you're going to go find that left tackle, and by the way, at this point, you might not be drafting a quarterback in the 1st round.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't. A lot has changed. A lot has changed relative to what we all thought, and the quarterback landscape in the draft, as evidenced by the quarterback Deadpool, has shifted immensely.
It's going to be really interesting whether, even if they're in a position to take a quarterback, whether they're inclined to trade down, get another first for 2027, and then go a cornerback, left tackle, wide receiver, something like that, or defensive piece, and then 2 offensive pieces, and then bring in like a Mac Jones or a veteran quarterback, whoever it is, just to try and stabilize this thing further next year. 216-474-0092. Do the Browns have a championship caliber defense? I can see why Mary Kay says so. I think we're just below that, but I think it's tough to say when you have the offense that the Browns have. Pete Futek, will Ohio State lose in the regular season? Pete answers that question in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys.
120-yard passing attack. Minnesota's at 3-3 and hopes to bounce back from a loss to the Eagles. Join Ross Tucker and me for the Vikings at the Chargers on Thursday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland is Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder on the Browns all throughout the football season.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, the lead coming up in about 40 minutes here. But Ohio State with yet another bye week, getting ready for the Penn State game. The last time I checked, they were like 18-point dogs. Does that sound about right? 18.5-point dogs. It makes sense because their quarterback that they replaced the injured Drew Aller with stinks to high heavens. But with Ohio State off, a lot of really good matchups this weekend. And a fair amount of good Ohio State conversations. To have all those, we head out to the fan hotline now. Welcome on of college football news every single Thursday at 4:20. The great Pete Futch joins us. Pete, welcome to the show.
I'll ask, where are these great matchups this weekend? Because that's kind of the weird thing when Ohio State's off. That, okay, where's the big matchup? I guess, I don't know, is Indiana, UCLA doing it for everyone? Miami, I think, is off. I mean, like, there aren't really the superpower matchups. That's always when you get the big upset from somewhere crazy happening. But, yeah, it's more of one of those shakeout weekends where we'll see a lot of teams, duck out of the college football playoff chasing at that third loss. But other than that, the real big matchup this weekend in Michigan State's prime time, it's not exactly scintillating.
Oh, you're saying Ole Miss, Oklahoma, not a big matchup there, Pete?
It is, kinda. I mean, because here's the crazy part about that game. So Oklahoma, look, they have the most brutal schedule I've ever seen over a Final Five games. I mean, they play everybody who's good in the SEC the rest of the way, and it starts with this Ole Miss game. So if they lose this, they could drop at least 2 or 3 more. And if they win, that doesn't really guarantee much of anything. If Ole Miss wins this, and this kind of matters in Big Ten world, if you care about any of your teams like an Illinois or a Michigan maybe going 10-2. If Ole Miss wins this, it's running the table and going 11-1. So if you care about this sort of thing in the college football playoff world, you're kind of rooting for Oklahoma this weekend to at least hand Ole Miss a second loss.
So with that, Pete, it should not go unmentioned that Ohio State's schedule ends up looking pretty cupcake this year. I know they had Texas to start the season, but there's really none of these matchups the rest of the way look all that difficult. Do we need to change scheduling to make more compelling matchups a year out, 6 months out, just so we can avoid stuff like this happening to a juggernaut in Ohio State?
Yeah, no, it's not its fault. You can't really do that because you're right. These are business decisions, and it all relies on the TV deals and the trying to set it up right. Because like this weekend's Oregon, Wisconsin, that was supposed to be a big game. If you thought about this, I don't know, a year or two ago, that seemed like it was supposed to matter, and obviously it's an afterthought now. Ohio State, Penn State was supposed to be the game of the year. In there, but for a fourth down stop that they didn't come up with, it still might have been. And now that kind of looks like a free space. And so, look at last year, everyone was complaining about the Indiana schedule. Well, it got Michigan and it got Washington, the 2 national championship teams from the year before. So you never really know. And then all of a sudden, Vanderbilt's a tough game. All of a sudden, Indiana is oh my gosh, you're not going to win that game against the Hoosiers. It really is hard to predict way that far in advance.
Why does it feel like the common theme for most people discussing, and I'm not saying this is you, but most people discussing are like, oh, there's no great team in college football when Ohio State does exist, though?
Yeah, because it's so methodical. And there is, I'll put it this way, there's no great team out there other than Ohio State. I am not sold on the SEC. So I could come back to bite me and stuff. So here's what's going to happen. If you look at the schedules ahead, there's probably going to be like 5 10-2 or 1 11-1 and 4 other 10-2 SEC teams. So you're going to get Alabama in, Texas A&M, Ole Miss, maybe a Tennessee, Georgia, and so they're all going to get in that thing. I don't know if they're going to do much. I mean, because Ohio State's great up top. I'm buying into Indiana being in the real deal, at least until someone can hit that curveball. Miami, okay, they had a bad day against Louisville, but talent-wise, they've got the chops, they've got the lines to be able to do something. And I still think, even though they lost to Texas A&M, Notre Dame is kind of the under-the-radar rolling team. That bunch is better than last year. So, okay, maybe an SEC team does a little something, but that you don't have that powerhouse up top, mainly because Alabama is probably the best team, and they lost to Florida State, so this doesn't look right. Meanwhile, Ohio State, like you said, I mean, you don't really have to watch because they're just kind of going through the motions. I mean, they play like a team that won the national championship last year and doesn't have to prove much anything. So they toyed with Wisconsin and just, they took target practice against that defense, and they just kind of keep on rolling, and let's see what they do going forward, obviously, until get to Michigan, which is the one game that obviously will matter on this slate.
That was leading me right to my question. Will Ohio State lose the rest of the regular season?
Even if it does, again, we went through this all last year. If it does, it doesn't matter, because they're not going to lose 3 times. So they're going to get in the college football playoffs. So no matter how that happens, then once you get in it, then everything is fine from there. As we saw last year, just get in the show, and it depends on who's the hot team at the right time. That was certainly the Buckeyes last year. But no, I mean, I don't see. I mean, of course they could on the wrong day gag against Michigan, and I'm not putting it completely past Penn State to come up with something big. There's still a lot of talent on that team, but obviously that would have to take a big upset to do it. So I can't quite see where Ohio State gets tripped up, considering they already got past Illinois, and considering that the Texas game was well in the rearview mirror. So I don't know where that loss is coming from.
If it was a neutral field game tomorrow, Indiana and Ohio State, what is your betting line on it?
Oh, Ohio State probably the 7.5. Look, Indiana's good. I mean, this is a very, very, very good, so obviously well-coached team. They don't do anything wrong. I mean, they don't turn the ball over. They don't get hit with silly penalties. They fix glitches fast. And you've got to be able to handle that they execute everything perfectly. They are always going to have, you got a smart quarterback in Mendoza who always makes the right read. They still got pushed, by Iowa. They had to fight. They had to, it was close till the end. They had to take that weird, odds-killing safety that, to finally put that game away. So they are actually beatable. It's not like they're this unstoppable juggernaut, but, everyone remembers the Illinois game, and certainly when you beat Oregon at Oregon, it looks great. So as long as Ohio State just is able to keep playing well on defense like they're playing and not have to stress it too much on offense, they're going to be all right. But, look, hopefully we get 12-0 Indiana, 12-0 Ohio State in the Big Ten Championship, which at that point becomes just an exhibition game. But, okay, that would still be a pretty fun game.
Pete Futch of the College Football News on the Fan Hotline here with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin. Pete, I know the record isn't great this year, but can we all agree Deion Sanders to FSU is what college football and FSU needs?
Oh, your lips to God's ears. That's, I'm with you. I mean, that's it. If you're Florida State, how do you not at least address it? I mean, because you're right. It's the post-Shadour era is not good. And remember, Colorado had a bunch of really wonderful, thrilling wins, which kind of made the show that much more fun because Shadour kept pulling games out of the fire. And so he's only, 16-16 there at Colorado, which, considering they were 1-11 the year before and just completely in the doldrums. All right, that's great. He's doing a great job. But, Coach Prime, and he's probably my favorite athlete of all time, as a coach, he's been fine, but he's not good. He hasn't been good in bowl games either at Jackson State or at Colorado. And the team hasn't been able to come through quite in the clutch. But if you're Florida State, you have to at least think about it. Otherwise, I don't know, where that guy is coming from who you're going to be that excited about to get that job, unless you're going, retread mode, which I'm not buying into the Jimbo Fisher is coming back idea. But they're going to do something because this just didn't work under Norvell over the last year and a half.
Pete, is Ty Simpson the best quarterback in college football?
Gosh, you know what? Throw about 10 names after that. Sayan hasn't ripped it yet, but he's playing well. C.J. Carr for Notre Dame has been fantastic. Mendoza is probably he would be my Heisman choice right now. You got Diego Manziel right at Vanderbilt, doing all this magical stuff. So in terms of just pure talent, I mean, you've got all those guys. Arch is eventually going to figure it out. He's playing okay. Mateer, if he's healthy, is great. Lenora Stellers is a top 5 draft pick. Carson Beck, I know he's coming off a bad game, but he's a top 10 caliber draft pick. So there's all these really, really, really good quarterbacks out there. And you have Ty Simpson, who's playing in the Kalen DeBoer system, and that is the exact fit, because Michael Penix Jr. is obviously good, but you play in that system. But the thing about Alabama is they are becoming Washington of a couple years ago, except a little stronger. They don't have a great defense. They don't have a running game, but wow, does their downfield passing attack kicking in.
Pete, did college football make the wrong play when they allowed coaches and athletes to gamble on pro sports and passing that resolution earlier this week?
I don't get it. And I don't know why. I mean, it's going to happen no matter what. These guys always gamble, and you always had the things where the coaches would get pinched for having an NCAA tournament bracket, and they went too hard the other way. And I guess the whole point is, well, if you let them gamble, you know what their gambling patterns are, and you sort of have a better view of it. So I do know the industry enough to understand that there really is an argument for that way, but it's a bad look, especially with what's going on in the NBA today. And you're talking about college kids who, all right, they're on NIL money, they make some money, but you're crazy to bet crazy in the NBA or in the pros because you have too much at stake. But for these college kids, okay, if you miss a kick, what do I care? We're still going to cover. You're going to have a lot of that happening. It's just a really, really, really bad look because the last thing you want is for anybody to think that any of these games are going the wrong way. And the worst part about it is anytime anything funky happens, the automatic knee-jerk reaction is like, oh, wow, someone's on the take here for that. And that's the last thing you want to have is the integrity of the game at play here.
Why is it you feel like, because you talked about the NBA and their involvement. We've did a lot with Class A and Ortiz here with baseball, and the NFL had their hangups as well. College basketball seems like it's littered with guys that are in on the rake and taking all sorts of cash and doing everything not in the up and up. Why does it feel like it hasn't hit college football the same way?
It's kind of hard to do. I mean, you do have it once in a while. I mean, but unless you've got the quarterback or the kicker in the bag, that's pretty much it. Because anybody else, okay, you can have a dropped pass if you're a wide receiver, or you can buy off a left tackle to have a really bad day. But it's a little bit harder for that. It's more about the kids who maybe bet a lot and maybe have some knowledge of another team, and that's where it gets a little funkier too. Because okay, you just played Team X. Well, the next week you're going to be like, oh, I know these guys, they stink at this, so I'm going to bet against them. That just goes again to the integrity of all this. So it's a hard thing to police, but you have to at least make it a shot because everyone's got a phone and everyone's got one of these gambling apps on their phones, and everyone's trying to figure out how to, I'll just make $5 bid here, $10 there, which is not that big a deal. But like you kind of alluded to, all it takes is one really big misfire, and that throws everybody into the fire here.
All right, Joe. All right, Pete. I know you'll see where this is going in a second. My brain just jumped the shark. I know you're a Wisconsin guy, so the question becomes: are you ready for Joe Thomas as Badgers head coach?
That wouldn't be. I'll take my shot there. Honestly, I want James Franklin. It's the crazy part about this Penn State thing. Unless they've got someone absolutely 100% in mind, like Florida's got to have Lane Kiffin in mind to make this kind of move, for example, because they're not going to go with. You're not going to go with Dan Mullen. If you're going to do this move right now, it just feels like you're taking a step back. And if you're Penn State, what's your move? Matt Rule? Manny Diaz, I guess. So I don't know what you do if you're Penn State. The most qualified guy for that gig is James Franklin. I'm hoping that, for the most part, McIntosh makes a really good, smart hire. And I guess what you're going to have to do with this is you're going to have to go back to the idea of what made Wisconsin good in the first place. Just strong offensive lines, just sound play. Everything else hasn't worked. And I got the idea of Luke Fickell because Wisconsin was, for the longest time, the top program that had not made the college football playoff, at least in terms of wins. They had the most wins in the college football playoff era until a couple of years ago that didn't make the playoff. So I get the idea you hit a hard ceiling and you had to tweak things, but they just can't run. They don't have the hard defense, and this is just not even close to Wisconsin in recent past.
If you want James Franklin, you deserve James Franklin, sir. Pete, be good, buddy.
I'll take 70% of my wins. I'll take that deal.
But why do you think he's going to get that with lesser resources in Wisconsin?
He did it at Vanderbilt. He's a good coach. I mean, his sin was that Drew Aller threw a fourth overtime interception. And,
don't you put this on Medina's own, Drew Aller, or we will fight, Pete.
You tell him, Pete.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They would have gotten to the college football playoff national championship game if he didn't do that pick either. But look, the guy got to the playoff Final Four last year. He's doing something all right.
Bye, Pete. Pete Futek.
Bye, Pete.
On the Fan Hotline. College football news joins us. Is the Drew Aller stuff. Say what you want. Prop up James Franklin all you want, but you leave my Drew Aller alone. We'll react to what Pete had to say, including his take on college football, the big rule change that has everyone upset, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
All right, joining me on the
digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Mike Vrabel and Kevin Stefanski square off in Foxborough on Sunday.
Young quarterback's playing really, really well. That defense is really tough. Physical, really good front, excellent players in the back end. And then special teams-wise, it's a huge challenge. Some really good returners. So it's one of these games where all three phases have to be on point.
Browns Patriots, 1 o'clock kick right here on your home for Browns football. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I don't get it. It's going to happen no matter what. These guys always gamble, and you always had the things where coaches would get pinched for having an NCAA tournament bracket, and they went too hard the other way. And I guess the whole point is, well, if you let them gamble, you know what their gambling patterns are, and you can sort of have a better view of it. So I do know the industry enough to understand that there really is an argument for that way, but it just is a bad look, especially with what's going on in the NBA today. And you're talking about college kids who, all right, they're on NIL money, they make some money, but you're crazy to bet, crazy in the NBA or in the pros because you have too much at stake. But for these college kids, okay, if you miss a kick, what do I care? We're still going to cover. You're going to have a lot of that happening. It's just a really, really, really bad look.
Pete Futek, College Football News, joins us every Thursday at 4:20, and obviously we asked that question about college and the NCAA allowing coaches and athletes to gamble on pro sports. That was passed, I believe, yesterday, which made today the optics today of Terry Rozier, Chauncey Billups, and former Cavs assistant and player Damon Jones getting popped by the FBI for their involvement in different gambling ventures there. I understand the optics of this. I thought it was, when I started the show by saying the pearl clutching, when people took the NBA story and then made it about college football, that's the pearl clutching I'm talking about. Turning, hey, this valid story with that can impact the integrity of games, stuff like that, and then just anything tangentially related to gambling melting down over.
So I'm going to surprise you with this take, and I hate that I have this take. I don't love this take coming from me. I used to be different in this way. I'm kind of looking like you betting on pro sports. It could almost be looked at as almost like a gateway drug of sorts. Like the way I perceive gambling is just very different than when I was 15 years old, going to the horse track and betting consistently, not only on sports I played with friends and doing everything like that, but like just in general. I do feel like there's a slippery slope that I feel like didn't used to exist that now does. And so I could see a scenario where you let a kid with NIL money go out there, bet on the pro games, loses his ass, and all of a sudden then tries to find a way to get it back, and he's dealing with shady people and he's throwing games in shady ways, and it's all just out of desperation. Like that scenario plays out in my head in a way that I don't think I ever envisioned years ago.
I just think this idea, you have to protect them. It's like, no, you have to protect the game. And the truth is, I can understand your fears, but the reality is, then a couple kids are going to have to be made cases of and lose their eligibility and lose their scholarship in the name of this. Like, I understand the fear that this can happen, and it likely will happen. The same way it's happened in baseball, football,
it's happened
and
everywhere.
The NBA.
Yeah.
That's part of the stakes. I don't think that college athletes and certainly college coaches should be discluded from this just because it's in the college game. I don't really see any difference between any level of sports here.
I guess the difference for myself is the idea that I feel like most people be like, well, they'll find a way to gamble anyway, and I don't believe that to be true.
I do.
No, I just don't, because I feel like if you're gonna end up on, and I've seen enough friends that have ended up on these apps, and now they love gambling in a way that when I would talk gambling with them before, didn't exist. Like it's just a whole new world, and it's completely different. So I feel like you'd get somebody in on the idea that you get some bonus bets or whatever it is. And I could see a scenario, it's just a slippery slope. I could see a scenario, you end up getting hooked on it, and then you try to find ways to get out of being in a very desperate situation at 18, 19, 20 years old, and I could see how that ends up poorly.
I think that's where the NCAA or whatever, whoever actually is in charge in sports anymore, your guess is as good as mine, where they have to have a concrete plan in the same way that it's collectively bargained in the NBA and Major League Baseball and the NFL. I do think this is part of your agreement. Every athlete signs the NCAA agreements. There has to be a absolute part of this in whatever contract you have with college football.
I know. I guess where I'm trying to protect them a little bit is that you are open to making the dumbest decisions of your life at that age. And that 18 to 22-year-old gap is your brain isn't fully formed, and you can make all sorts of decisions that you wouldn't make if you're a 30-year-old pitcher. You know what I mean? Like, it is different to me from that perspective. Maybe it's a bad day for us to be discussing this after everything that happened in the NBA. And I'm shocked by this being my take myself. But I just look at this and I'm like, you didn't have to allow this. You could have kept the ban existing, and it wouldn't have changed anything, except it might have protected a couple of these players, and not only just keeping the game's integrity, but also keeping some of the NIL money in their pocket still.
I am a fan of pragmatism, not panic. Now, the problem is going to be the NCAA is not pragmatic. The NCAA waits until something grows to a ridiculous level, and then they have no choice but to do something about it, and then usually don't have power to do anything about it. So I just think, like, if you have pragmatic guardrails in place, you can avoid there will be trouble. The reality is, and by the way, the trouble that you're probably going to have probably is going to be there anyways. There probably already are kids gambling on games, whether it's games they're in or pro games. It's probably already happening. But if you have pragmatic guardrails in place, you can avoid some of this the way that even though there are still the stories in the NBA, you've still avoided most of this because the number one thing you have to do is just have player awareness. You just have to be able to let the guys know what they can and can't do, and then when somebody does something you can't do, you need to have a hammer that can be dropped. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The Big Dipper is back. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Daisy French Onion Dip. What do we do during the big game?
Or quarterback competition with Shadour.
Yeah, they shouldn't have said that.
So I think their messaging on this very early kind of invited this conversation where people thought Shadour should be on an even playing field from day one, when anybody who's in that building says not only is he not in that conversation, like he is way, way back here.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We've got Danny Canel coming up in 1 hour's time, talking, is there any quarterback you're actually going to want coming out of the draft? We'll also get into whether Ohio State will actually lose in the regular season. Danny coming up in 1 hour's time. Cash, love it.
Hate it.
Coming up at 6:30 at his normal time as well, getting his picks for the week. Something tells me Thursday Night Football is going to be represented. This should be a fun game tonight, a game you can hear right here on 92.3 The Fan after the Stefanski Show. But let's get to the lead.
Nick, we did a line change here. Markoch is in. I don't know that Markoch knows what's going to happen here. Markoch, are you 100% in on this? You know what's going on?
I'm all in.
See,
are you sure?
Yeah.
As an agent of chaos, I was just going to barrel in.
No confidence there.
Well, no, that's my point. Is I was just going to barrel in, and then if he made a mistake, that's content.
I mean, he's like juggling around papers. He's looking around as if
Matt gave me like the 5-minute crash course, so I think we got it.
Oh, I love that confidence.
Oh no!
Yeah,
a 5-minute crash course.
You know, Jake Murrin on the show every day. We do not treat him the way the morning boys treat Mitch. You know, Mac works on the show every day. Don't treat him like Mitch. Even Jax. Jax works on the show enough with Mac on and off the show.
We never called him the KT Levinston of producers.
Well, no, my thing is, Markoch very rarely works in the show. We can really abuse him if he screws this up.
I'm just really worried
with
now.
love and respect, of course. I'm not saying you're going to, but if you do, a lot of vitriol heading your way.
You just exuded zero confidence in that moment, and in fact, it just made me incredibly nervous for about what's to come.
His words said confidence. I'm going to take him at his word. The FBI Director Kash Patel held a news briefing this morning where he detailed the arrests tied to a legal gambling investigation in the NBA.
Individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody today. Former, current NBA players and coaches. This is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years. The fraud is mind-boggling. It's not hundreds of dollars. It's not thousands of dollars. It's not tens of thousands of dollars. It's not even millions of dollars. We're talking about tens of millions of dollars in fraud and theft and robbery across a multi-year investigation.
So long of an investigation, he called them the Toronto Rangers. It lost so much for me when I'm listening to that. You just get the name 100% wrong. I was like, how thorough are you guys if that's what happens? But I maintain this. What Chauncey Billups did from a I think you're a good dude or not camp, and everyone across the NBA loves Chauncey Billups, but it's one of the worst things I think you can do in the gambling world is what he's accused of doing, where you are just blatantly cheating people out of their money. But it's got nothing really to do with basketball at the end of the day. Terry Rozier has everything to do with basketball and the integrity of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Terry Rozier, this is why, like, for instance, Malik Beasley was technically cleared in one investigation, but there's another investigation he hasn't been fully cleared with. He's not cleared to sign in the NBA. Like the NBA, and they have no choice but to do this. The NBA has no choice but to take the Beasley stuff, the Rozier stuff, like the stuff that impacts the literally the games and the integrity of those games. You have to take it. It almost has to be overkill, and that's where they're almost in a lose-lose situation. If you take it too far, people are going to say you're taking it too far. If you don't take it far enough, people are going to say, oh, you got the bag and you don't give a rip.
Well, and so like Terry Rozier's career might be over if this ends up happening, but the crime families that are connected to this and everything. Like, I'm almost worried for Chauncey's life after something like this.
Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah, I mean, one guy got $1.8 million for one person alone. Imagine being that guy today reading all of this stuff, and you weren't the head of the snake, but you just cheated them blatantly out of their money by stealing all sorts of information to be able to know what cards were coming, etc. Like, this is not child's play. This is the stuff that leaves you dead.
This is why I always say this is exactly why I don't get involved in illegal gambling rings.
This is the one reason.
No, this is the one reason.
It's very big of you.
And that's so far, fingers crossed.
Unfortunately, I exclusively get involved in illegal gambling rings.
And no Johnny, baby.
It's tough.
Yeah.
I got an underground game myself. I was trying to organize.
It's Johnny's game.
It's really going to hurt the underground poker game community.
Yeah, you're just like Molly's game, but with Johnny's game.
There is that important distinction. You can honestly rewind to go back and listen to it because I'm not going to do it again. I don't want the eye roll from you again. But like this is different than Molly's game.
I was miming. That's not the right word. I was
talking to the YouTube channel.
I was performing to the camera. I was not a commentary on you. You were doing a great job.
I felt like
as
I was.
Somebody who, like, this side of stuff sometimes I was more making a joke of myself that my eyes were glossing over because I'm a moron.
Well, Odyssey Rewind. We can go back and listen to that.
Or 92.3 The Fans YouTube, where you can see, am I rolling my eyes? Am I making fun of myself? You be the judge, jury, but not execution.
Were you making eyes with YouTube again?
No.
We do too many things just for YouTube, by the way.
I certainly am not.
We do too many things just for YouTube.
Performing just for YouTube. All right.
Oh, the chest hair. The chest hair is out.
Those buttons, it's hot in here. We got wraps here, and the wraps are with the vents. I just had to show a little bit here.
In college, it's how I used to judge how drunk I was. Is by the buttons that would just start coming off the shirt. It was just one by one. And if I was hammered, it was basically I had like one button tucked and that was it.
Yeah, my way of judging how drunk I was is how concerned everybody looked around me for their own safety.
Yeah,
yeah. Because Frank the Tank was real, and
did you do the Frank the Tank motion too?
He did, and he was loud. Yeah, he was a little terrifying, but in like a very comedic and entertaining way.
Brian Getzauer, Sirius XM NBA Radio, was on with the morning show today.
No. Oh no.
You said that Evan Mobley was better with Jared. It was always bound to happen this way, guys. It was always going to happen. He says that Evan Mobley was better with Jared Allen. Mr. President. Off the court in last night's Cavs. All right, stop. Play the clip, Mark.
I thought he was left to his own devices to get his own shots a little too much. And he's ready. You can see by certain ways he moves on the floor, certain shots he's added to his repertoire. He looked excellent last night. He just didn't get it enough when the game mattered. The other thing that was interesting, and this may very well be a one-night anomaly, but it was interesting, is I thought the team and Mobley played better with Nance next to him instead of Allen. Now, again, we know Allen and Mobley work very well together. We know Allen prides himself on being a Swiss Army knife that's willing to sacrifice his individual game for the good of the team at any time. So this is not a shot at Jared Allen. It's just that what was interesting to me was Nance's added three-point shot and his ability to stretch the floor seemed to create some more room for Mobley to operate inside the arc. And that's something to keep an eye on here with the Cavs.
I just hate the narrative that he's better when Jarrett's not there. It's different when Jarrett's not there. It opens up different parts of his game, but the better, it's just... I think we're just completely negating the defensive advantage that you have. Like, it's just, I think it's almost unfair to Jared and Evan to have the narrative. The narrative, I just think, is overstated. I'm not saying there isn't some truth to it. I just don't think it's 100% true.
Tiniest guy in the Rockets lineup is Thompson at 6'7". Everybody else is 6'11". Like, we are entering the response to you can't have Jared Allen and Evan Mobley because they're both too big is being confronted head on in the NBA right now.
Browns offensive coordinator Tommy Rees spoke with the media today. He was asked about Shadour Sanders' lack of first-team reps.
Yeah, I think part of it's starting a rookie who you want to have those experiences as well. So, Kevin obviously makes those decisions, and we talk through a lot of those, and, there'll be opportunities moving forward, I'm sure. But, yeah, we'll evaluate that as it comes. I think you want to, as a young quarterback, you want to put guys in really positive situations where they can build confidence and continue to look for those opportunities. But Shadour's working hard, doing what we're asking him, and he knows he needs to be ready at a moment's notice.
Wonder what Tommy Rees thinks of his first year as offensive coordinator in the NFL.
Probably like a lot of Browns coordinators who've walked into a full Browns situation. Probably and maybe I should have gone back to school.
I just always think it's funny how like surprising it is to everyone that's just here for the Browns for the first time, and like relative to Browns fans, like if Tommy Rees, when you laid out the quarterbacks, all four of them in the very beginning of training camp, he was probably like, "There's no way that Shadour even comes close to touching the field," because you have to get through Joe Flacco, you have to get through, and you just go on and on down the list, right? And you just think, like, there's just no way it's going to happen. Kenny Pickett and then Dylan Gabriel. But Browns fans knew the entire time that this is just how this always works out. And it's incredible to me how every Browns fan knew this was coming. But for people like Tommy Rees, your first go-around here, essentially, second year being here, but first real go-around, it's got to hit him as a complete shock.
I think there are probably stages of like coming to terms with being a Browns coordinator. Like, I think the first 6 months, you're like, the Haslams are so nice. And Kevin Stefanski, what a smart guy. Like, and then you go, and then like you get into camp, you're like, oh, okay, maybe this plan, it sounded so logical in April. This plan's a little wonky. And then you get like another month in and you're like, I think we're missing something here. And it might be like the most important. And then you get another month in and you're like, okay, this is really not going the way I thought it would, and then another month in, you're preparing your resume.
And you're getting ready to apply for all these college football openings.
Yeah. Tommy Rees to Florida State. Don't do it, Tommy. You're better than that. Mary Kay,
is he? Is he, though? I
jumped the shark.
Mary Kay Cabb at Cleveland.com joined the morning show today. She was asked about her expectations for the Browns ahead of the NFL trade deadline.
I think the Browns will be more so buyers at the trade deadline for a couple of guys, and maybe not big, huge name guys, but buyers at the trade deadline for guys that they can have over a number of years. If they can find a couple of Tyson Campbell pickups the way that they did, which has been a tremendous acquisition for them, if they can find a couple of those guys that can come in and help them, I think that's what they would be more so looking for. And I don't think they're poised for like a big sell-off at all, but I think that with Mike Hall coming back, you can look at a guy like Shelby Harris, and if someone thinks that they need a really good interior defensive tackle, maybe he's somebody that they could part with. So there are guys like that I think that they would be willing to move. And if they trade anybody else, like a David Njoku, it would only be because someone comes in and surprises them with an offer that they don't foresee at this moment.
So I think this is the right messaging for today. If you get through the next 2 weeks and you lose some games, I think you're going to see the messaging change. But if you win on Sunday, then you can go, nope, we're more buyers than sellers. Mm-hmm. The truth is the Browns should probably be a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. But if you lose the next 2 weeks, there's just, and you're not going to pay Njoku, and you're not going to pay a Posick, and you might not pay a Wyatt Teller. I don't want to trade Wyatt Teller. You'd be foolish in a very, very buyer-heavy market to not at least explore those values.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Sunday is going to be very telling for the Browns front office in many ways.
216-474-0092. Just thinking about what I did for 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You guys can check it out. Many people are saying some of the best things they've ever seen.
You don't just hit the button for nothing. Am I right, guys?
Yeah, hey, ring that bell. As I ring that bell by showing you the goods right there. Then I did like a weird thing there. I don't know what that was. Disregard that last thing if you're watching on 92.
By the way, as a partner of yours, I'm not gonna try to tell you don't play up to the camera. Mm-hmm. I want you to play to the camera. I want it known. I want you to play up to the camera as often as possible.
You won't judge me for that?
Not at all. Not in the slightest.
And you know what? Let's make the devil's pact here. I won't judge you for playing up for the camera.
That's good. I like that. I feel like we're both on the same page there. That's good. Of course, always ham it up. We're aware. We're aware of the cameras.
Isn't that the job? TB12 _forever saying in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, Browns aren't trading Njoku unless it's a Garrett Wilson trade. I'll say this: the Jets do not need David Njoku if they're moving on from Garrett Wilson.
That's not what they're after.
That being said, what will Kevin Stefanski do this week with Dylan Gabriel? It might shock you. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
tables packed with Pokemon, Lorcana, Funkos, trading cards, and more. For details, visit GreenySportsCards.com.
Accidents have the right shoulders closed, 71 north past Bel Air and 90 west at Lorraine. There's road work in the right lanes, 90 east at Warren. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
Sign up to be a part of the Fan Club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Danny Canel coming up in about 40 minutes. We've decided Jake Murren's going to send out the video of what happened in that last segment. I'm just warning you guys. Don't play it in front of fertile people. I'm just going to tell you it's going to have an impact on the society. But the video happened. It's going to be out there on Afternoon 923 FAN. I even downloaded it from what Jake sent us to send it for Vanessa.
Well, I mean, I'm sure she'll appreciate it.
Oh, I think she will absolutely appreciate it.
I'm sure she'll appreciate it.
A little encouragement, right? A little bit of something to think about, right? On a good, beautiful day like today.
Wow. I mean, what her reaction might be? Oh no! What are you? You're going to have all these thoughts in your DMs now.
That's true. And then
your DMs might just get flooded with people now.
We can finally have the segment Thoughts for Thoughts.
Yeah. Well, we've been flirting with that for a long time.
That's true. But we need a reason to have thoughts for thoughts. And then, is it THOTS for thoughts, or is it thoughts for thoughts?
So now we know.
You just never know.
You enjoy getting shirtless on television, or YouTube, rather.
Yeah, I'm very proud of the chest that God has given me as a broad-chested, hairy man.
Oh, we've been trying to think of different like Filipponi type bets that you could do. You could do the Steve Carell from 40-Year-Old Virgin and get the chest hair, and you get that waxed and have that just taken off on YouTube. No Kelly Clarkson, that moment. You get that going.
Yeah, but I like my chest hair.
Oh, okay.
My chest hair is the equivalent of Mac Robinson's actual hair.
Oh, really?
Yeah. People say it's right up there. He's got a great head of lettuce on top of his hair. I clearly am gifted with just a broad chest and beautiful.
Mark Koch, he's not taking it out again.
Yeah,
stop asking him to. It's a one per show rule.
Yeah.
He's not taking it out again.
Yeah, we're not.
Jeez, Mark Koch.
We're not thirsty. Okay, we just like to reward our friends viewing on YouTube.
Yeah, that's the reward. Yeah,
that's the reward.
Yeah, some people, they give out different rewards. That's our reward that we give you.
That's
at this point. That's all we can offer
for now. We'll figure out more rewards. We're only like 2 weeks into the YouTube thing on our show, so we'll figure it out.
And I don't even really have chest hair, so I can't even offer that up.
I can't wait to see Midday try and steal that bit from us. Now,
I don't think Ken's going to get shirtless. I think we're okay.
No, Midday show.
Oh, Midday.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you ask Phelps to get shirtless. He's excited to go.
I was thinking more Baskin. Baskin, I think, you can see it in his eyes. He's down to clown.
I think Baskin's got like a Travis Kelce-esque rug.
I guarantee he shaves his chest.
Baskin?
Yes. Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Why would any guy shave their chest? It perplexes me.
I guarantee you Lima does it.
Lima does it?
I guarantee you. Kidding me?
Again, why?
He's hairless. Like below the eyebrows.
Just so
there's no hair.
So much effort, it feels like.
You're not wrong.
For who?
For the people. Whoever they may be.
Maybe that's a bad reflection on me. Because aren't you supposed to consistently be trying to impress your wife in many ways? Like you're constantly trying to make sure that she still says hey, I still find you attractive. And when it comes to that stuff, we're good here.
Yeah.
She's not going to change her mind based off of chest hair.
All right, so we learned. Jonathan, not a fan of manscaping. Found that one out today. I think every other show. I think every. I
don't grow enough chest hair to even do the manscaping thing, though. Maybe that's where the problem is.
Yeah, the Ken thing I wasn't sure about, but Lima, total manscaper, and Baskin, bald as a China doll, shaven.
Like it's the 1970s. All right, get after it.
Now, I want to. This is a little PSA time for our buddy Kevin Stefanski.
Okay,
Coach, we bonded over Pearl Jam. You don't like the right Pearl Jam, but we bonded over Pearl Jam, okay?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to go right. I'm going to mug the camera.
Wait, even his Pearl Jam selections suck?
No, it doesn't suck. It's just the eponymous album in 2006 is better than No Code or Binaural or the other albums that he prefers because they were they came out when he was in college. Understandable. I got to say, I think the eponymous album in 2006. Vastly underrated. Now, I digress. Coach, I've said some things, all right? Some of which I've taken back, most of which I haven't taken back. Fairness, I haven't taken anything back. This being said, you have a chance to do something on Sunday, and you can really go down two roads. One involves trying to play a game commensurate with winning and keeping the game close. The other has a possibility to turn into a blowout. And if it turns into a blowout, the blood will be on your hands. So when this comes to Sunday's game, do not abandon the run and do not have Dillon Gabriel throw more than 45 times in this game. If you do not like the roads that open up with Dillon throwing 45 or more times in this game, a la the Pittsburgh game. I know they're going to stop you. They're going to bottle you up on 1st and 10, right? You might have to get creative with some of the runs you use. I understand this. Keep your identity with Quinshon Judkins, even as they bottle you up. See if you can break down that run defense over time. There, PSA done.
PSA done, but we all know the reality here, and the reality of the situation. I don't know that Stefanski will be able to limit himself and his desire to try to make Dillon Gabriel have the best Dillon Gabriel game possible. The setup is there, and he plays matchups more than he plays. We have a great running back, and we need to make sure that he cooks. Patriots' run defense is awesome. Their pass defense is absolutely awful. And so I think he's just going to look at it the way he's looked at this the entire time. What do they do best? Okay, we're going to veer away from that. I think you are. I'm just trying to prepare you. I've been trying to prepare you all week. Get yourself mentally ready. And Browns fans out there, get yourself mentally ready as well. He is not going to use Quinshon the way that you want him to use Quinshon on Sunday.
So listen, I understand that there is some give here, right? I'm not saying you have to run as many times you did against Miami. You got an early lead there, and then you kept getting a bigger lead. Totally get it. What I am saying is if Quinshon doesn't have 18-plus carries on Sunday, one of two things has happened. Either they just got ahead and you got to a point where you were really trying to play from behind, at which point you shouldn't have abandoned the run. Or two, you overthought it, decided to go in thinking pass with Dillon Gabriel, taking a pea shooter to a bazooka fight, and you shouldn't have abandoned the run. This is why I'm so glad we're having the conversation today, because I don't have to wait for it to happen. I'm saying preemptively. We see it from a mile away.
I know, and you're ready to get mad. I know you're going to have to get mad here.
But here's the thing.
Because I think we all know how this is going to go down. We watched too many Stefanski games to know how this goes down.
I think you're right. So I'm not arguing with you. I'm arguing with Kevin. Kevin, you saw the formula. When you've run this year, you've won, or at least you've been more competitive. You cannot get into Drake May versus Dillon Gabriel. And I understand that the segue here, some of the gray area is, well, what if we do short passing and sort of use it in lieu of the run game? The problem is you already do short passing for your short passing game. You already do short passing for your regular passing game.
I can tell you the script.
If you could push it beyond the sticks 5 times, maybe we could fool him with the whole, let's throw it in the flat, or, it'd be great, here a screenplay.
I don't know.
They know it's coming.
Did you watch the Patriots-Titans game at all last week? And if you say no to this, that's perfectly acceptable. I'm not expecting you to have watched that game.
I did not.
Okay, good. Cam Ward in that game. Cam Ward having a miserable season. Some people have actually propped it up next to Dillon Gabriel's to suggest that Dillon Gabriel's having a better year than Cam Ward. That's how bad he's been. Started that game off 10 for his first 11 in the completion category. Like Stefanski's going to look at that. Someone as bad as Cam Ward, and you see the teams that they played and some of these bad quarterbacks that the Patriots have played, and some of these bad quarterbacks like Cam Ward have been able to cook early in these games against New England because they can't stop the pass at all. And I think he's so ready to try to prove to people that Dillon Gabriel is good at this. He's not going to be able to resist the obvious.
Okay, then you know what? I'll even do this. All right, I'm spinning the wheel of possibilities. All right, you're going to abandon the run with Quinshon Judkins. Don't damn do it. All right, but even if you do it, then that kid better throw the ball down the field. Because so help me God, if you abandon Quinshon Judkins in this game, and I have to watch another game where that young quarterback, that Timu Tua, leaves multiple touchdowns takes them off the board in lieu of a tuck it and run for 4 yards, it's not going to be his ass on Monday. It's your ass. Like, listen, Mike Tomlin already showed you the league has it on film. They get what you're going to do. And if they push back just a little bit on the run game, you're going to abandon it. So how about for once, you stick your feet in the dirt and actually do the thing?
I think we just see how this is going to go, though. Listen, I'd love if you were right, but we wanted that in the Steelers game, too, and you saw he can't resist himself.
He's got to learn from that.
But he can't resist himself. I have no confidence in him that he'll be able to resist himself.
Yes, he can.
I think most coaches, I might have confidence there. I've lost confidence in Stefanski in the ability to resist the matchups.
He's too smart.
He
has to fight the arrogance. All right? Run the damn ball. And you're not running it just to score points. You're running it for the effect of running the ball. And if you do that for 3 quarters and your defense plays the way we think your defense can play, that should keep you to or get you to a point where eventually you can break the dam. Like if you look, okay, yes, they are the second best run defense in the NFL.
Yeah.
And also look at the teams they've played. It's not like they're going up against Derrick Henry in their prime. It's not like the Patriots defense has faced a murderer's row of running backs that they haven't faced Jahmyr Gibbs and Derrick Henry.
Just in yards per game, they are 24th in passing yards allowed per game. They're 3rd in rushing yards per game.
And look at the teams they've played. Look at the running backs they've played.
I know, and look at the quarterbacks that are bad, that they've been able to actually move the football against the Patriots.
But
this is the problem.
Quarterbacks throw the ball down the field. Yours doesn't.
This is where Stefanski's going to let him, I think, do that. And I'm not advocating for this in any way. I'm telling you, I don't think Stefanski can resist this opportunity to let Dillon Gabriel potentially have the best game that we've seen Dillon Gabriel have.
I think you're right. So again, we're not really arguing with each other.
Oh no, we're not.
No. You're saying what you think is going to happen, and I say I agree that that's going to happen.
But you're trying to persuade him not to before we get the game underway.
And I'm saying it's the most avoidable dumb. It's not a dumb move. He's not a dumb, but it's the most avoidable, arrogant move. Yes, there are times, most of the time, you should do matchup-based planning. I understand that. This ain't it. Not with this quarterback, not in start 4, not with this offensive line. And if you do it, it better work out. Because this is a very simple test of, are you going to fall back on the one thing you've done well this year, no matter who you face? Because if you don't and you lose, or if you don't and you get blown out, this loss, all the goodwill, all the get right of the Miami game suddenly gets counteracted with this.
If he can't, if he tries to go with that plan and Dillon Gabriel can't push the ball down the field, can't open up the field in any sort of way, and looks lost against this Pats defense, cooked like a rotisserie chicken. It's over. I mean, that's it. Thankfully, it's right before the bye week then, because I don't know what else Stefanski would need to see.
216-474-0092. So the conversation we're working towards here is, does this have to be a Dillon Gabriel game? And then the two roads for me are, no, it doesn't, because that's not what this is with this offense. But if you go down that road, that kid better throw for 250 yards, 2 tutties, and no interceptions. It better be the best I've seen from Dillon Gabriel. Because if it's not, this is just like the Pittsburgh thing again, where Mike Tomlin came in, called your bluff, said, go ahead and run. Then you ran, 10 touches for Quinshawn, and then you bailed. You cannot do that twice. At some point, you have to. The lessons the NFL's imparting on you, you got to either learn them or you got to overcome whatever thing they think you can't do.
I think Stefanski's salivating at the mouth to get after this pass defense of New England. Geno Smith, who's looked just awful this year, threw for 362 and looked like he knew what he was doing. Looked like he had a clue against this Patriots pass defense. I mentioned Cam Ward and the hot start that he had. Go up and down the list. This team has made bad quarterbacks look competent and, dare I say, good. And I think Stefanski is chomping at the bit to have Dillon Gabriel have one of those type games.
If early you want to use the pass to open up the run, that is not the worst idea. It's about what are you doing for 4 quarters if the pass doesn't start to work out. Because if you have commitment to an atrocious passing game on Sunday and you cannot commit to a strong run game, which has been your only salvation this year, you're telling on yourself. And honestly, here's where this is not heavy-handed to say. At some point, you're betraying those guys in the locker room. You have to, if you're going to go against the grain on this, or not even to go against the grain, if you're going to go in what people think you're going to do, It better damn succeed. 216-474-0092. Does this have to be a Dylan Gabriel game? I do not disagree with Jonathan that it probably feels.
I mean, Tua threw for 300 against this Patriots defense.
I almost said Patriots.
That would have been fun, too.
I'll tell you, a good Patriots. Oh, man, I'd root for that
So this
team.
week, we've called them England instead of New England and also hit them with the Patriots.
Hey, you only get that here on 92.3 The Fan.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports fan, Daryl Ryder is on top.
outside the building. This organization knows that Kevin has a very, very young offense right now, a rookie quarterback, a rookie running back, rookie tight end, rookie receivers. There are tackle problems. So they're not expecting him to take necessarily this roster to the Super Bowl this year.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. The video is actually up on 92.3 The Fan. If you want to see a little bit of chest lettuce and a lot of man, check out 92.3 The Fan's Twitter account. This is why you watch us on YouTube as well as listening to us on terrestrial radio and, of course, the Odyssey app. I will say, my little nephew has said a few times, Porter has said that he likes my show. He likes listening to the show, but he doesn't like that I curse. Where do you think my, I believe, 5-year-old nephew would stand on his uncle showing off the cabbage up front here for a couple clicks on the internet?
I don't think he knows any better. I wouldn't phrase it as for a couple clicks on the internet, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he'll figure it out. He'll deduce it. He's a smart kid.
Seems like we're going down an only Nick's category.
Daryl's got it coined. At Nick Wilson does. That's always been a very strong handle if I ever get into the OnlyFans business, which honestly I think all it'll be is me shirtless eating pizza talking sports.
Okay, then.
I think there's a market for that.
Okay, then. I'm happy you think that there's a market for that. I guess so. What curse words are you saying? Not that I need you to say them on the air, but if you can say them on the air already.
The A word.
Yeah,
the D word.
So I don't really curse ever, but I said the A word earlier today. Like I don't even think that one counts anymore at this point.
Well, but remember, to a 5-year-old, those words are on the no-fly list.
Listen, who was it last week? I think it was Joe Thomas last week that said things that would be way more damaging to a 5-year-old's ears than any sort of A word being thrown out there.
Joe Thomas isn't his uncle. Now,
we should have dumped that, by the way. Probably should have dumped that.
I think it's fine. I haven't heard about it. Now, that being said, we were just talking about, does this have to be a Dylan Gabriel game to get a win on Sunday? So the YouTube chat has gotten into it. Super chat.
Well, let me hear it, chat.
At UnkOG216.
That's an OG Unk right there.
Wait, isn't Unk and OG, isn't that superfluous?
I'm not really sure. Somebody called me a CU aunt earlier, though, and I didn't know how to take that.
Oh.
Like a Colorado aunt, like an auntie.
Oh.
And I was like, they know I'm a guy, right?
Listen,
it was endearing. They're like, Jonathan's a CU auntie, and I was like, I don't think it mixes that way.
I think they might have been calling you something else.
Markoch, stop laughing over there,
Markoch. I think they were calling you
stop laughing over there.
It's a word that the British love to use.
No.
I think
this was in an endearing way.
How do you know?
Because everything was complimentary within the context of it all. It was talking Shadour, and it was this person was trying to stick up for the idea that I've just always been in Shadour's corner.
Okay, no, I think they were calling you the other thing. The thing we definitely can't say on the air.
I have a pretty good read on some of these comments, but
I don't think you
side
do.
of things just threw me for a loop. I said, I didn't know you could interchange it like that.
They started with CU and then ended it with on.
I think they meant like Colorado. Like it was like a Colorado university, and then they spaced it.
I don't think that's what they meant.
Yeah.
No, I think they were just trying not to get banned off the chat.
But everything was complimentary, though. Why would they try to insinuate that word and then say really nice things in back of it?
Maybe they were lying. You know how when we say
they're lying on?
I love Myles Garrett. He's a great football player. I've loved him since he came to the NFL. But about the thing he said on Friday, right? You know how we do the compliment sandwich?
You're the king of eraser phrases.
Exactly. Yes. I think that's what happened.
But why did they start with the insult? That's not like you just got right to the heart. Well, I mean, apparently it was the insult. They started with Jonathan's a CU auntie.
I think they were calling you that thing.
I don't think so. I'll show you the post.
I think you're smiling because you think you figured it out that they're calling you that thing.
I figured it out in the moment that it didn't seem right. I'll tell you that much.
All right. That being said, Unk OG216 saying the playbook needs to expand. Guys, I think if Kevin isn't expanding the playbook, isn't he answering? Like if he could, you think that Kevin's just like, it doesn't feel right. I'm not ready for it. I think Kevin bases how much of the playbook he puts out there off the personnel, and whether it's more of a commentary on Dylan Gabriel or the offensive line, I think he's not opening up the playbook for a reason. I think it's a pretty vanilla playbook for a reason.
Here's what I'm fairly confident is going to happen. I named you all the quarterbacks that have absolutely destroyed the Patriots this year, bad quarterbacks that have destroyed the Patriots this year. And where's another part of the Patriots' weakness? Their weakness is being able to stop tight ends. They have struggled against tight ends in a big-time way. It's going to be a big fan-in, a big Njoku if he's actually able to be on the field day, and I think he's going to go for those short to intermediate passes up the middle and really attack the Patriots' weakness.
I just think so. It's kind of what their MO's been, anyways.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It plays into like this is the weirdest matchup. Like if you're a Patriots fan, you shouldn't really be that concerned when everything plays exactly into what the Browns want to do, but also aren't the Browns' strengths. Like if we had like the Dolphins last week played into everything that the Browns would want in a matchup. Poor run defense. You can do Quinchon and have as much and as little as you want there. The weather was so bad that Dylan Gabriel wasn't even able to throw the ball because it was just stupid to throw the ball with him in that moment. Everything played into their hands. This week feels like it's the opposite effect, but that doesn't mean that's how Stefanski views it.
Listen, I love tight ends. All right, tight ends are great. Yay, tight ends. If Fannin and Njoku are your keys to beating the New England Patriots, I think that's something you can take away relatively early, right? Like, just because, like, at some point you need some wide receiver production.
Yeah, at some point you do. Just the Patriots have really struggled against tight ends, and it just, again, every part of this game just kind of feels like Stefanski's going to be just excited to try to make Dylan Gabriel have the best game we've seen Dylan Gabriel have.
216-474-0092. The chat on YouTube saying, at Egu357, I'm guessing there. JP looks nothing like I imagined. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, JP?
You tell me.
I think it's better than the CU Ant thing that happened earlier. Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's a fine comment to make. I know it would be different if you're like, I always thought he looked like, and then name somebody that is completely different and also ugly. That's maybe not the greatest. But the fact that they didn't say anything complimentary in back of that probably, but nobody listens to my voice and thinks that's a good-looking man next to that voice. No one thinks that.
Said a little bit older with brown hair. So they're saying, I think in this case, they're saying they thought you look younger, and I don't think they realize you actually do have brown hair.
Yeah, there's a lot of misses there, isn't it?
Okay. Well, but they said they thought you actually look younger.
Hey, at least they responded. That's a cool thing about YouTube.
They heard your voice and thought older.
Yeah.
And now they're like, who's that young guy?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's fun. Well, at the station, I am one of the younger guys. Oddly enough, even though we're all within, like, the majority of us between the morning show and then this show, we're all within, like, a 7-year window.
I think, okay, so I'm like I'm like a middle child, which makes...
Mine was at the top, then you, then Ken, then me.
Let's not forget Baskin and Phelps.
I'm doing between the morning and the news because we wanted to start. It goes Phelps into Baskin, and then we go down.
Yeah, and then Lima, then me. So I'm like the middle child.
Yeah, and then Bonek at the very, very bottom.
Yeah, that's I like that more because then there are two people older than me at the station. I like how that one works. Does this have to be a Dylan Gabriel game for the Browns to win on Sunday? Danny Canel joins us. We'll talk college quarterbacks. We'll talk so many things. When will Ohio State lose, if at all, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Zach Gelb with the Odyssey Sports Minute. Aaron Rodgers will go up against his original
Kicks off tonight. The Vikings visit the Chargers for Thursday Night Football. You can hear Westwood One's coverage of tonight's game right here on The Fan following the Kevin Stefanski Show. And the Kevin Stefanski Show is at 7 o'clock. You can catch it right after Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
One hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got In Case You Missed It coming up in about 45 minutes time. But had a fair amount of conversations regarding the Cleveland Browns. Enough of that. I'll get back to it in about 20 minutes. We do have Cash. Love it. Hate it. In about 30 minutes time as well. But to talk all things college football and pro thing or two. Words hard. Me, Nick Wilson. Danny Canel of CBS Sports, and he's joining us now on the Fan Hotline. Danny, welcome to the show.
And, of course, Danny coming on courtesy of BetOnline. Check out betonline.ag for updated college football playoff, Heisman, and college football Week 9 lines.
Danny, glad to have you, buddy.
What's up, Nick? How we doing, man? It's great to be on with you guys. Fun football season so far. I think the back end of the season is going to be just as much as the front end. More wild surprises in store and a wide-open college football playoff field. It's been great.
All right. So I do want to get to all of the things you just said. If I remember correctly, you live in Florida, right?
Correct.
Okay. My kid today, mind you, it's October 23rd, and we just got the first real week of October in Ohio. And she said to me today, we were waiting on the bus stop, and she says, "Dad, can winter be over already?" And I just want to know, do you and your kids, is it 60 degrees right now, and you're like, man, I can't wait for March?
We're on the other side of the spectrum where we're tired of wearing shorts and T-shirts and are dying to wear a hoodie just around a little bit. It is currently 81 degrees right now, slightly breezy. I'm headed out to hit some golf balls on the range to work on my game a little bit. But it is getting that time when summer's getting to be a little bit exhausting and we're ready for some cool air. So we would trade you for about a month and then we'll come back and take the Florida weather.
Yeah, you don't even know a world where we're existing right now, where we're in the fall portion of golf where leaves are everywhere, and so I put the Pro V1s go away. I bring out the crappy balls now because any ball that is even in the fairway has a chance of just being lost.
Or you can get those bright yellow balls, the yellow, neon green, something like that. But even still, I remember living in New England. The leaves suck. You can lose balls, so many balls in one round of golf. That's the worst.
I still play with the orange balls because I hit a lot of them near the water, and it just helps me identify them just a little quicker.
Yeah. Smart. Why not? It used to be made fun of people like that. Usually it was old guys. Now it's just smart, economically savvy guys that don't want to lose, these balls, which cost $6 or $7 a piece.
And they're pretty. Danny, will Ohio State lose in the regular season this year?
I don't think so. And I just want to be careful because I've been burned so many times this season thinking teams are elite, thinking teams are above everybody else. And as I get reminded every single weekend, including last weekend, everyone is beatable. Now, with that being said, if you had me pick one team that I was going to put money on and said that team is not going to lose, it would be the Ohio State Buckeyes. I just saw him in person the first time. I was in Madison last weekend with CBS. We were doing some pregame stuff. And I'll tell you what, man, I talked to Jeremiah Smith after the game, and he said, I think we're better than last year's national championship team. I don't think he's wrong. I think this team has a lot more going for it. I think there's even more upside and growth potentially for this team to improve, specifically in the run game and the offensive line. But I was asked a couple weeks ago, what is the weakness of Ohio State? And when you struggle and you really have to nitpick to find a weakness, it's a reason they're the number one team in the country. And I had my doubts early on, I'll be honest. I didn't know if Julian Sayin would have those first-year starter struggles where you just have a game kind of like Carson Beck did last week for the Miami Hurricanes. Barring that, where Julian Sayin just pulls a complete 180 from everything that he's been so far, or just a very uncharacteristic game where they sort of just kick it around and let the other team hang around? I don't think so. This team is the real deal.
Do you think fans are going to eventually turn on the idea that it's like the schedule's just been so soft and not enough good competition that when you get to the playoff, the Buckeyes will actually be at a disadvantage because of that?
So that actually, you're reading my mind, because that's my biggest concern right now for the Buckeyes is they're so good, and the schedule sets up where they had some of their tests early, and we'll see if Penn State puts up a fight. I doubt it. We'll see if Michigan puts up a fight in a rivalry game. I doubt it, but it's sort of that mental challenge that Ohio State has had. That's my biggest fear, that the only time that they get to a fourth quarter and they look up at the scoreboard and see a tie game or trailing by a field goal, that it could be in a much higher stakes moment where a loss ends your season. So whether it's the Big Ten championship game or a first round playoff game or a national championship game, I do think this team does need to be tested. And I do think that's a strength of a team like Alabama. So even though they have one loss, they've been in a bunch of just dogfights. So when they get to the playoffs, they'll be battle tested. Now, granted, this Ohio State team might just be that good as some teams like Alabama have been in the past that run the table and just don't ever get tested. They're just that good. But I don't think that's a reality, because that's just not how college football works. You're going to have a team that either plays lights out and gets hot against you, or you have a game like I was just talking about where you kind of stumble out the gates and you fumble around a little bit, and then all of a sudden you're in a test. And that really, to me, comes to some of the younger, inexperienced guys like Caleb Downs, the players that have been around this team. It won't faze them, but some of the younger guys, specifically a player like Julian Sayin, a quarterback, how does he respond in that situation? We might not find out until the stakes are way higher.
Danny, Browns fans were really hoping we might get a couple quarterbacks to shake free, worthy of being a top 3 pick. I know Fernando Mendoza has looked great in Indiana. Dante Moore's come on really strong at Oregon. But yet, names like Sellers and Klubnik and Nussmeier, they've really disappointed. So if we put Mendoza and Moore into you're trending towards a top pick, first round pick kind of category, of the other quarterbacks, which quarterbacks do you give the best chance to put it together in the second half of the season and make a case to be a first rounder or maybe even the first pick?
Well, I thought it was going to be Carson Beck before last week. Now, he could respond in a big way. That's Miami's quarterback, by the way. And you guys know that. But, I mean, he's played a lot of football. He was playing great. He was leading the Heisman Trophy race. I saw him in person against my Florida State Seminoles throw 4 touchdowns and 0 interceptions and some beautiful passes. But he is a little bit erratic, as we saw with the 4 interception performance last week. But he could finish strong and play his way back in there. He's big. He's got your prototypical arm talent, arm strength, size, all the stuff you look for. But I will say this, Ty Simpson, the quarterback at Alabama, he is performing at an elite level in a pocket that is not exactly clean all the time. He's got guys in his lap, and he's making NFL-level throws. He's not dinking and dunking and throwing a bunch of bubble screens, which sometimes you can see at the college level. He's throwing there's a 4 vertical route that everybody runs, and he works those inside seams better than a lot of guys I've seen over the last 5 years. So I'd say Ty Simpson, but don't be out there pounding the table for Fernando Mendoza for the Browns. I'm a Miami Dolphins fan, and I'm trying to get them to take so we get a chance at Fernando Mendoza for the Dolphins. So
you'd hate him. You'd hate him, Danny. I think more like Jaden Mayava.
I like you paying $50 million for Tua to sit on the bench.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Tua's been an absolute disaster, and I was worried about that coming out. And of course, we passed on Justin Herbert. That's history, though. But I do think Mendoza is the guy that, because I think there's also Reuben Bain, who's a defender for Miami, could go number 1 overall. But I think Mendoza sort of is separating himself from the rest of the class. But that doesn't mean you're going to have, you're not going to have 2 or 3 quarterbacks go in the first round.
Like, how elite are we talking with Mendoza? Are we talking, we always have like the different phrases, suck for luck, all those type of things. Are we at that spot with Mendoza, or is it going to be a soft, kind of like Cam Ward? Someone's going to go number 1 overall, and it's probably a quarterback, and that's who it ends up being.
I don't know if it's clearly not. I mean, but how about this? Remember when Trevor Lawrence was all the rage? Mm-hmm. And, I mean, he hasn't exactly panned out. I think he's been a disappointment for Jacksonville. There's really no such thing as a guarantee. It's just, I've learned that. It's really a coin flip. But I do think I would put Mendoza in there talent-wise. He reminds me of Jared Goff, who actually I think is a really good quarterback, probably one of the more underrated quarterbacks in the NFL, and the Rams cast him aside because getting to a Super Bowl wasn't good enough, and he sure looks like he could take the Detroit Lions to the Super Bowl. But I think it's sort of that type. Like, Jared Goff was the number 1 overall pick. He's really good. I don't know if he's the type that people are going to be clamoring for. But I'll give you another one. Like, Arch Manning was the guy who was supposed to be, everyone's going to be in the Arch Manning sweepstakes. It looks like Arch Manning's probably going to come back, and his first-round status is very much in doubt. So I just think it's always such a crapshoot. But I would put Mendoza in sort of those ones where it's a pretty safe pick. And when I say safe, as opposed to it being a 50-50 proposition with a number 1 overall pick, I'd probably say it's a 60-40, 65-35, that he's a success as opposed to a flop.
Danny, we do a quarterback Deadpool. We draft at the beginning of the season, and the goal is to either get the number 1 pick for a quarterback in 2026, or to get the quarterback the Browns take, or to get the most drafted. So those are really the 3 ways we measure it, and I drafted Penn State's Drew Aller. Now, in fairness, he's from right down the road in Penn State.
Yeah.
I feel like James Franklin ruined him to some degree. I want to see him come back for 1 more year, and I'd love to see him at a Miami or at a place with a high-powered head coach. Is that what you would suggest the young man do?
So you're talking to somebody that took a leap of faith in Drew Aller, because I picked Penn State to win the national championship in the preseason, and oh my goodness, does that look bad now. I thought, and this is something that a couple of my colleagues that I work with were like, oh boy, you're going to take that leap. I thought he would take a big step forward this year. He had lost some weight. He was going to run some more. They got him new receivers. I think you're looking at a quarterback who's probably a 6th or 7th round pick. I mean, you talk about one of the biggest falls that we've seen, and ultimately, I don't think he has anybody to blame for him but himself. He just has not elevated, and he's really been, throughout his career at Penn State, a really good game manager. That's why early in his first 2 seasons had a great touchdown-to-interception ratio. But, man, when you put on the tape of him versus the better competition, he vanishes in the big stages. And I just think he is what he is. And I hate saying that. I don't like being so harsh on quarterbacks, but he's had a long time. And I actually think James Franklin is the best thing that could have happened to Drew Aller, because everybody's thinking it's on the coach. I think a lot of it, James Franklin might have picked the wrong quarterback or stuck with the wrong quarterback for too long. And I just don't see him translating. He just, for whatever reason, I would like to see somebody who's had more games on the biggest stages that stepped up and elevated the guys around him, rather than feels like he pulled everybody down, which I think is the reality of what happened with Drew Aller.
Danny, you mentioned your prediction with Penn State. You're not the only one to do that, obviously. Preseason AP top 25, Texas was 1, Penn State was 2, Ohio State was 3, Clemson was 4. So 3 of those 4 teams have majorly, they've just disappointed in a big way. What happened this year? Why was it not as predictable?
So I never bought into Texas. I thought Texas was going to be a decent team, but I thought the Arch Manning experience would be a roller coaster, and so far it looks like that. And I actually thought there'd be more ups than there would be downs. I mean, you had the win against Oklahoma where he looked pretty good, and so I think Texas fans started to feel optimistic. And then last week against Kentucky, he had maybe one of the worst performances. And now they're asking Sark to relinquish play calling duties, which is kind of crazy. The guy's one of the best offensive minds out there. And all of a sudden, so I think Texas wasn't that surprising. Penn State to me was the biggest surprise. And I think that's sort of a perfect storm of Drew Aller didn't take that next step. They had so many chips on the table for the Oregon game. When that fell short, they had the hiccup against UCLA. And then just disaster strikes, and the locker room is shell-shocked, and they're probably feeling sorry for themselves. And then they lose the next game to Northwestern, and then all of a sudden you're finding yourself on the outside just completely, just shocked. I mean, it is what it is. Clemson, I think Clemson is probably one of the bigger disappointments as well. And I don't think that's really about the evaluation as much as it is that Dabo Swinney I think we all bought into he could do it the old school way, which is good old team spirit, team camaraderie. We're building from within. And I know he tackled the transfer portal and took 3 guys. But, man, I just think at Clemson, and if they would have taken a transfer portal class about 15 and upgraded some positions, running back was a big glaring weakness along the offensive line. They haven't been great. If they could have just gotten, and they can afford it, if they would have gotten about 10 to 15 players to come in there, I think Clemson would have been exactly where they wanted to be. Cade Klubnik, I thought he was a really good college quarterback. I thought maybe he was a second or third round pick in the NFL. I didn't think he could carry a team, and that's kind of proven to be true. But I think unless Dabo adjusts his philosophy, which is essentially, it'd be like an NFL team saying, we're only going to win through the draft. We're going to ignore free agency, which is the dumbest. You would say, what are you doing? That's what Dabo's doing. Until he adapts and starts utilizing the transfer portal, Clemson's going to be playing behind the 8 ball. It's like trying to win a fight with one arm behind your back. It's just not sustainable, and I think he's learning that the really hard way.
Danny, I know the record's not good for this candidate I'm about to put forth this year, but your Florida State Seminoles might be needing a new head coach here. Can I get you on Deion to Florida State? Can I get you there with me?
Oh boy. Well, prime time. Who's got an interesting checkered past with Florida State since he's left. Now, he was one of Florida State's favorite sons when he was playing there and had an unbelievable career, and then he goes off to the NFL. But he already wanted the Florida State job once, and Florida State passed on him, and he wasn't thrilled with it. And it got kind of ugly, and he's kind of taken some shots at Florida State since then, where the current administration, the current athletic director, I don't think he would hire him. And I don't know if Deion would actually want it. Now, if you see wholesale changes and you see a new athletic director in there, then I think it could be something that possibly could happen. But I just wonder about Deion. I know he can recruit. I know he can do that. And he could bring talent to Florida State, which would be incredible. I still have my doubts about him as a game day coach. I mean, last year he didn't know the overtime rules. This year there was a game early where there was a severe clock mismanagement issue and a late game situation that cost him the game. Now, the good news is maybe that's learning. Like, maybe that's him. He can get better and improve on that. So I think it's a really interesting one. I would say the Florida State fan base is split, like 50-50. There would be a heavy contingent would say, yes, bring him back. And then there'd be another contingent would say, no, he's not ready. We want somebody that has more experience winning at that level. But I do think, to your question, barring Florida State winning out or maybe losing only one more game to finish the season, I think they're going to try to scrounge up the money. And it's not like you're looking for chump change in the ashtray in the car. They got to find probably $75 million to come up with. And I think they're looking all over, exhausting every resource to try to find it. And barring, like I said, if Mike Norvell doesn't win out or come close to it, I think they're just going to have to make a change and figure out how to make the finances work.
Danny, you're great as always. Little jealous, little bitter about the 80-plus degrees, but we appreciate you, buddy. Hope all's well.
All right, you got it, Nick. I'm going to go work on my short game here, maybe have a cocktail when I'm done at the bar after and watch the sunset. And, it's starting to get a little bit chilly. It's almost down to 79, so I got to bundle up.
I'm going to freeze my giblets off driving home. Thanks, buddy.
We'll see you guys.
Danny Canel there.
And Danny's coming on courtesy of BetOnline. Check out betonline.ag for updated college football playoff, Heisman, and college football Week 9 lines.
It's exactly the same thing I would do if I was in the warm weather and Danny was in the cold weather.
I just like to hear that he practices his short game. That's where you shave the strokes, Nick. You got to work on the short game. Everyone wants to work on the driver all the time. I like that Danny's putting in the real work.
You don't need to work on the short game if you hit everything 325 yards. Just saying. We'll react to what Danny had to say, and we got Cash Love It.
Hate it.
In 10 minutes as well on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, dial 988 to connect to confidential support 24 hours a day in Cuyahoga County. You're not alone. 988 can help. Sponsored by the Adams Board.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
I thought it was going to be Carson Beck before last week. Now, he could respond in a big way. He's played a lot of football. He was playing great. He was leading the Heisman Trophy race, but he could finish strong and play his way back in there. He's big. He's got your prototypical arm talent, arm strength, size, all the stuff you look for. But I will say this, Ty Simpson, the quarterback at Alabama, he is performing at an elite level in a pocket that is not exactly clean all the time. He's got guys in his lap, and he's making NFL-level throws. He's not dinking and dunking and throwing a bunch of bubble screens, which sometimes you can see at the college level. But I do think Mendoza is the guy that, if because I think there's also Ruben Bain, who's a defender for Miami, could go number 1 overall. But I think Mendoza sort of is separating himself from the rest of the class. But that doesn't mean you're going to have, you're not going to have 2 or 3 quarterbacks go in the first round.
That was Danny Canel of CBS Sports with us in the previous segment. We're going to get to Cash. Love it.
Hate it.
In just a few moments here. I think this could end up being the really weird quarterback draft where we end up having 4 guys. And it might not behoove you to take the first guy off the board. Like, this might be one of those drafts where it's kind of like, okay, 2018 was a year where it was like Baker ended up being the number 1 pick, but if a different team had the number 1 pick, it would have been Sam Darnold. If a different team from that would have had it, it might have been Josh Rosen or Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And so I think that's the kind of year, except without maybe the ceiling of the prospects.
I mean, it feels like it's going to be what it was last year in many ways. Like, you might have one quarterback that separates itself to be taken number 1 overall, but like, you're going to have to actually do your job as a talent evaluator in the NFL. Like right now, guys that worked with Jackson Dart, good job. You did it right. But like that's what it's going to come down to, which I actually kind of like when it works out that way, where you actually like really get to see what teams put in the work and are able to identify and figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think then it becomes how do they fit your system? And I actually think there are more guys who actually fit what Kevin Stefanski wants to do. Garrett Nussmeier's one of them. Mm-hmm. Then maybe fit some of the other systems. So I think if Kevin's still here, that's probably a good sign that you're going to have somebody that, okay, maybe they might not be a franchise quarterback, but maybe you have another kind of Baker Mayfield level talent.
Is Danny Canel the only person that can come on here and say that he didn't believe in Texas and Arch Manning, and we actually are like, okay, maybe that's true?
Yeah.
I might be the only one. Like, legitimately, when I'm asking like where all the predictions, where this all went south, and in particular with Arch Manning, he might be the only one, because I remember him comparing him to like Ben Simmons from a mental capacity at one point. And it's like, I mean, nobody was saying these things about Arch. Danny might be the only one that gets the exception here.
All right, let's go ahead. It's Thursday at 6:30. Where do we go? I think you know where we go.
It's time to put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
And to go out to the fan hotline and welcome on Cash Lovett.
Hate it.
Cash, what's up, my man?
Oh, not too much. Getting ready for another beautiful Thursday.
Well, I've seen what it looks like outside. I think we're talking maybe like in an existential way. I'm sure it can be beautiful. We're talking about in actuality. I would not call what's happening right now beautiful.
Why not? We actually have leaves changing colors versus just dying and falling off the tree. So I'm going to take it.
You know, the only people who care about foliage are people who don't live in the north.
Glass half full guy. I didn't peg you for that, Cash. I like this development out of you.
Hey, from the south we get a little bit of it, but that was one of the big perks of moving up here. Seeing a little bit of color.
I'll take 70 degrees in like November.
Yeah,
I'll take
when
that.
I lived in Houston, and it was always nice. Except for like the actual summer when it got really, really hot. But
when
like
it was 110 with humidity.
It was always fun because friends in the Midwest and family in the Midwest would always post these photos of snow, and I would be like, yeah, it's 75 and awesome. I relished in that. What part of the South were you in?
Just under Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah, okay. I got nothing but the Peabody Ducks there. That's the extent of my knowledge.
I was thinking about Dolly Parton and her,
nice barbecue.
Wasn't too far. Everyone loves Dolly, but I mean, really, the Peabody Ducks even are known up here. That's all we get to know for.
I mean, when I think Memphis, I think the Peabody Ducks. Yeah, is that not right?
I think barbecue because I'm fat.
And then Beale Street, obviously. I've gotten drunk a couple times on Beale Street. That's always a good time.
There we go. I'll take that. And I mean, at least it's better than the Bass Pro Pyramid. So,
that is a cool pyramid, though. That's a sweet Bass Pro. Nick, have you ever seen that Bass Pro?
I have not.
It looks like it looks like it should be
an Egyptian pyramid,
basically. But if a pyramid was decorated with diamonds, and it looks ridiculous from the highway, but it's kind of cool.
All right, Cash. Let's get started with Thursday night football game. People can hear right here on 92.3 The Fan. Vikings at Chargers. How are we feeling?
Not well. Went back and forth on this a lot, but the important thing is we have now gone under the key number of 3.5, so we get a push. I know that primetime favorites have been absolutely atrocious over the past 3 weeks, so if it doesn't make sense, it makes perfect sense. We're going to be riding with the Chargers -3.
All right, before we get back to the NFL with the Browns game, obviously, let's go to the college game. Ole Miss at OU. What's the read?
Ole Miss played fantastic offense, scored every single time except for the last 3. Georgia, obviously, did the same exact thing with some field goals mixed in. They ran the ball. They tired out that Ole Miss defense. What can OU not do? Run the ball. What does John Mateer look like? Not crazy legs, soft hands. They're going to not be able to keep up. Ole Miss is going to grab some points, +5.5, but we don't need them. Ole Miss on the money line, +170 in Norman, Oklahoma.
All right, another vaunted matchup of heavyweights in college football, Mizzou versus Vanderbilt. I mean, this one's been generations in the making. What do you got?
We're going to have a lot of fun with it. We're going back to Vandy, as you just said. We just lost out on the under last week. So we're going to go right back to it. Under 52.5 points. We get past that key number of 51. Mizzou loves running the ball. Vandy predominantly runs the ball. Vandy cannot stop predominant runners. Amon Hardy is going to have a nice comeback game. He's been a little bit slow the last 2 weeks. So we're going to stick with the under 52.5.
BYU at Iowa State. What's the read?
We've been in the weeds and we've been in the woods this year. So I wanted to keep it simple. What is the one thing you don't want to see when you're going through the woods? A bear. What does BYU have? Bear. Go ahead. Take the Stormin' Mormons +2.5.
I would have said snakes. I don't want to see a snake. And like a copperhead. I lived in Charlotte for 4 years. I saw one of those once, and it was a baby, and I messed myself there, friend. I'm not going to lie.
Twisted ankle? Well, are you sure it was a copperhead or just not a vine sticking out through the woods?
It was a copperhead. And, well, the funny thing is, so that's not even the worst snake story. When my wife came back up here, she had a big garden down in Charlotte, and she was like, I can only go back if you promise to water the garden. And so we had I think it was 100-foot hose that I have to walk out to the far edge of the property and work my way back. And so we're getting about halfway up, and I chucked that sucker farther than I needed to because I was getting frustrated. So I had to correct, and I leaned my hand down to pick it up. And I followed it, and it was, again, about 100-foot black hose. And I'm, like, watching my hand go up. And all of a sudden I realize that I'm no longer following the hose. Turns out I have my hand on a, 9-foot black snake whose head was poking out just outside the woods there. And I screamed like a woman, and I ran inside, and I didn't go outside until the next morning.
That explains your Google search of 9-foot black snake.
That's for a different thing. That's for a different thing. I just want to know what's venomous around here.
That's it. That's all.
Yeah.
Just research. That's all it is. I like that Cash doesn't know how to deal with that yet.
So Browns, Patriots, how we feeling here, Cash?
Believe it or not, we're going to be riding with the Browns. We are now at the key number of 7, so we get 7 amazing points, which I think the Browns are going to need every single one of them. But when you look at it, the Patriots have not really played a tough defense. I know the Browns defense hasn't traveled that well over the past 3 years, but there's not a lot of key weapons for them to worry about. Myles Garrett's going to be able to pick on a rookie left tackle, and I think they're going to keep it close.
All right, Cash, it's always great talking with you, brother. We'll talk to you next week.
All righty. Y'all have a good one.
You
Avoid
too.
the snakes.
Look at that. Avoid snakes. Avoid some of those searches.
Put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
He even hit us with a y'all at the end to make sure.
I heard that. I want to comment on that, too. That was him being like, I did live in Memphis.
Now, in fairness, he's hit us with a y'all before.
I think it's just who he is.
I think he might just be a y'all guy. It's easy when you're down there, guys. I became really good at the y'all.
I like doing the y'all. I never got good at just doing the y'all fluently and just dropping it in, but I definitely did try when I was there.
And the funny thing is, most people can't y'all. My household, everybody could y'all.
It's really fun. It's a fun thing. Also, you get into it, as I had cowboy boots, I was saying y'all. It was just it's a good time.
Listen, those West Virginia, Tennessee genetic roots were coming out, and I'm not going to apologize for a damn thing. In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at lendseek.com.
All day long. All day. All the time.
At work. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Final segment of today's show. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Want to say a big thanks to our guests. We had the great Pete Futek at 4:20. We had the great Danny Canel at 6 o'clock. Interesting stuff from Danny on the quarterback position, who might be able to salvage being a first-round pick this year from some of the names that we thought were going to be good but haven't lived up to the hype yet. And then Cash, love it!
Hate it!
In the previous segment as well with his picks. But end of the show. What do we do before we go? That's right, it's time for In Case We Missed It.
All right, Nick, we're going to start off here with Markoch. Wait to it. You know, he's done a good job, though. He's done a much better job than I first thought he would when I saw the deer in headlights look at 5 o'clock. I think you've done an admirable job. Couple mistakes, it's going to happen, but I like what you've done so far. All right, you saw the ruling earlier on in the week that the G League players... Couple G League players are going to be allowed to enter the college basketball ranks. They played a couple seasons in the G League. Track to the pros wasn't really happening, and now they're eligible to go into college basketball. Tom Izzo, not a fan of that development.
I am not real excited about the NCAA or whoever's making these decisions without talking to us, just letting it go because they're afraid they're going to get sued. So to me, it's ridiculous. To me, it's embarrassing. I love my job. I don't respect my profession. And I'm going to get killed because someone's going to say, well, if they go pro, it doesn't work out, shouldn't they be able to come back? Well, what about the freshman you recruited there? That's somebody's son. And he thinks he's got himself a good place, and all of a sudden, shazam, they pull out of their hat and bring a 21 or 22-year-old in. What's the age limit now? Is it 30?
Well, the age limit thing might have to be a different discussion, but I do find it interesting, that idea that you could go to the G League, make a bunch of money, and then go to the college ranks while then preserving what is your 4 years of eligibility. But I also think Tom Izzo's way off on this whole entire thing. Like, if you're making money in the G League, to me, I don't see it being that different than making money through NIL. You could have like a 7-year career, though.
What if you... So wait, so is this just guys who never make it to the NBA?
So there was 2 different players that we're referencing here, right? And they both went and played in the G League for multiple seasons. The path to the NBA wasn't existing for them. They weren't good enough. They didn't develop well enough. It was stopped, and they realized it was stopped. And now one is committed to Louisville, and another one is committed to a different school, and they're basically starting up. This is where I think Izzo's real problem comes in, is that now you're starting your college basketball eligibility, even though you've already been making money off basketball in the sense, and pro basketball in the sense, and going to the G League for 2 years already.
I mean, I'm not going to be in love if I see like a 32-year-old dude as a freshman in the
it was the only
basketball.
hook that he had me in at the end there, was the idea of like, what, are we going to have a 30-year-old in here? It's like, I get that side of it.
But, yeah, I just don't... It could end up being like the 3rd best player on Louisville.
I mean, yeah, it's just so great. They have experience playing G League basketball. It's not. I don't know why it should stop your limitations here.
I do understand if you already feel spread thin. If this is another thing you're going to have to monitor to see if you can get like a game-changing player. Like, okay, let's say 5 to 7 guys do that a year. It could have a significant impact on the outcome of a conference, depending on where those guys went. I still think the complaint is probably invalid to me, though. Like, I don't think it was. I think it kind of sounds like a baby.
It kind of sounds like a baby. Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like if you don't want to, I don't know, maybe the one player that he's referencing here, London Johnson, who actually played for the Cleveland Charge for a brief minute, by the way. Maybe if London Johnson feels like he can go to the college ranks and then 4 years later end up in the pros, it's better than going and playing Euroball. You know, he'd be stuck to a Euro team. Like I'm bothered that Izzo is bothered by this. Is the point?
All right, I have to go and comment on Mike Mayock, who was... Actually, we do have a little bit of something here. Bengals linebacker Logan Wilson has requested a trade. Of course, he has been benched in the new defense for, I think, an undrafted rookie or a mid-round rookie. So that is something to watch out. I actually really like Logan Wilson as a football player. Wouldn't hate if if the Browns and Bengals made another trade in the division, maybe we could send them back their 5th, and you could get the 6th back. We know how we love that. But Mike Mayock was on WIP. I lost the tweet here. But basically his point was he was asked about his opinion on Jalen Hurts, and he's like, well, he's just not a franchise quarterback, and there's 4 guys in the NFL that can do that. And he compared him to Matt Stafford. I guess my point is, at some point, when you have obscene success, at what point do we just say Jalen Hurts is good at football and that he's a really hard to classify quarterback? I think the franchise, not a franchise quarterback, like Jalen makes a lot of really good throws. Jalen makes big play after big play. And yes, he's surrounded by incredible talent. And yes, the stats aren't sexy. All the dude has done at every level of football is win. At some point, we just got to give it to the kid and say he's a hell of a lot better than we thought he was going to be as a late second-round pick.
I also just don't like the idea of classifying it as 4 franchise quarterbacks and that's it. Because if Matthew Stafford's not a franchise quarterback, then I think your definition of franchise quarterback is just wrong.
I think it's just... maybe this is... I pushed back on this in the preseason, where I had Jalen Hurts as one of my top 5 quarterback, and I did that because, quite frankly, at some point, that's got to matter. Like, guys, there have been a lot of average quarterbacks on good teams that have won 10 games and haven't won the Super Bowl. The fact that this kid has won a Super Bowl, no matter who he's throwing to, no matter what the defense he has, and he's been to 2 in 5 years, and in one of them, the one he lost, he was actually better than Pat Mahomes was. Sometimes you got to throw the stats out. We just got to give that kid credit.
Yeah, I don't understand why people are so hesitant to give him credit. I think they look at the top 5 designation as some sort of sacred spot in NFL lore, and it's just... Jalen Hurts has won a lot of games. He's consistently won a lot of games. And I don't know that quarterbacks is based off of win-losses alone. I think where he gets dinged is he doesn't push the football down the field a lot. But I would argue at times Joe Burrow doesn't do that either. Mm-hmm. And it's odd that Burrow gets that pass for never throwing the ball over 40 yards, but Jalen Hurts for some reason gets criticized. That part doesn't make sense to me.
And I actually got to give Sirianni and Jalen Hurts credit. More thin-skinned quarterbacks would do what I think they could do with Jalen, which is find ways to pretty up the stats while still getting the job done. That kid doesn't care about it. Like I know he's a bit of a psychopath, right. And I think he deserves the entire NFL wants to pretty up the stat column, and this kid doesn't. That's an extra check in the good column for him.
In the world of ego that we live in regards to NFL quarterbacking, he's never had a 4,000-yard season. He's never thrown for 30 touchdowns in a season. And I think most quarterbacks at this point, I mean, look at what he has already this year. I think he's only got 1 pick on the year. He's got 11 touchdowns through 7 games, though. Like, it's a tiny, tiny number, but he doesn't care about those things.
I also think it's another way to devalue the perception. People who are perceived as also run quarterbacks. Like, Jalen is an incredible... he's not Lamar, but he's a very effective runner. He's actually a little bit more like Cam. He's a bit more of a power guy. And I think if you're not an elite passer and you're a really good runner, I think that devalues you to some people, and I think it's the dumbest damn thing in the world. The dude wins. We got a boogie here. Miles Harden's going to be on the Kevin Stefanski Show. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Michael Markoch also on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Meredith Kane. I think Matt Corrali was here at some point. Matt Corrali, the big cheese. We got Thursday Night Football coming up after the Kevin Stefanski Show. Vikings v. Chargers. JP, great stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
And just before we go, right there for you, good looking at you there, YouTube. If you guys want to see the business, you go on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. We'll be back tomorrow on a Football Friday and F-Off Friday. Until then, see you.